Launch ready for WWE Aftershock in 3, 2, 1. World Wrestling Entertainment Discussion is live. Cue host Owen Finch.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Welcome to a special edition of WWE Aftershock. I'm Owen the Birdman Finch, and I don't think you ever thought this was going to happen, but I am here with the man that's making his one-time only probably return on WWE Aftershock, James the Heat Man Hebert. What's going on?
I thought I wasn't supposed to be here. The cake is a lie. Here I am.
Not only that,
I have returned to my banished home.
not only that, but like we false advertised this on your show because this was supposed to be the retro on WCW Bash at the Beach 1995. Yes. But
which
then
we do plan to still do, by the way.
But what happened is WWE, like since WrestleMania 42, I mean for a while, but since WrestleMania 42, like made some really questionable decisions that like made us question what the hell they're doing as a company. And I've been wanting to do this for a while, the State of the WWE address. We've done these before for AEW. We haven't really... And we did one for WWE like right after Triple H took over. But then, WWE, ever since the TKO took over, has just really started to like crash and burn and everything like that. So... And, we haven't really been able to talk about it much on the Aftershock side of things because we go so long without doing a video. We figured... Fuck it, let's just do a big video about how WWE's really crashed and burned.
I'm in the shits, yeah, pretty much.
And, I haven't been able to talk about some of this stuff for a while, so I want to make sure we talk about it. Did I pick the best person to talk about it with? Because obviously your track record, you've been very negative towards WWE. Maybe? This is going to be a negative video.
You know what's funny is right after Vince left the second time, I started finally turning the corner with this company.
Yeah.
And then TKO did exactly what I said they were going to do. When was the Aftershock where I called that this shit was going to go the WCW route? I forget.
That probably would have been after 39, right? Because that was when they were...
It would have been right after 39. I said this was going to happen, and lo and behold, here we are. And not only is it happening in WWE, by the way, but TKO wide.
Yeah.
UFC's having issues now because of TKO. Fucking the bull riding league that they just purchased, as far as I'm aware, just from people who I know who work there, believe it or not, they're having issues over there. Like, the only good thing that is even good right now with its corporate structure is the Zuffa boxing bullshit. That'll fail soon enough, I'm sure. So, like, company-wide, conglomerate-wide, I called this was going to happen, and, I hate to say I told you so in this case. I really wanted to be wrong.
Yeah.
Which, seems to be the common theme when I talk about these things with WWE. I don't want to be right about this, and then I ended up being right about it. So,
but I don't want this to be all negative. I want to have some positivity in here. So
yeah.
I won't basically a list. It's going to be a lot like the State of the WWE address we did like right after Triple H took over, pretty much. But obviously, a lot's happened since then. We're going to try to not to have this go 6 hours, but I think the structures are going to be better because we've been doing Aftershocks anyways. So let's kind of take a little trip down like memory lane. I kind of want to talk about what WWE was kind of like, even like before Vince retired the first time around and everything like that. Because obviously it's always nice to look back at the past. Because I think that's also one thing people like forget because of how badly WWE's fallen. Everyone's asking for Vince to come back. They've kind of forgotten Vince wasn't really good either when Vince was around. So I want to make sure
Vince wasn't really good either, and people wishing for Vince have no fucking soul for what's been going on behind the scenes. My opinion. Sorry.
So I want to make sure we talk about it.
Yeah.
Obviously, this one's obviously questionable because obviously now it's very controversial of when Vince fully stepped back. So I am just going to obviously just go 2022 when he retired the first time around. I pretty much think he was fully out of there. I know he was still doing some things, but we'll just say that's when he was, when he retired the first time around. Obviously, when Vince obviously was in the weeds doing creative and everything like that, WWE was not in the greatest state in the world. I don't think it was actually as bad in 2022 as it was like with 2017 and 2019. I think things were improving.
Anything was better than what we got in the pandemic, though. That's
for
the
sure.
thing.
But then
Like that was a fucking unicorn for them, despite Vince's booking snafus. Because had the pandemic not happened, and fans weren't starved to get back into the fucking arenas, nobody would have eat any of this shit up. I'll tell you that right now. The only thing that they would have ate up was the Roman storyline. I'll tell you that right now.
Yeah.
That's it.
But
Because Roman, and even then, what did that take for that to happen? If you remember,
Roman was going to retire.
The pandemic, they were trying to not have a safe work environment, which pissed Roman off. This is after all the booking woes that they put him through. And he had threatened to walk to the competition. And Vince couldn't have that again. He already had that happen once, I think. And
not walk to the competition.
I already lost Jericho. I can't lose my biggest star that I built my whole company around. So fuck that. I'm just gonna give you what you want. What do you want? And it's like I want to go heel and I want Paul Heyman.
Yeah, but
that's the only way he finally turned heel.
Yeah,
that's how bad the creative woes were. From I shit you not, I was watching a video from Blomko, and it was Adam and Tempest, and they were going over, and they were so on the money with this. Through the career retrospective of AJ Styles, and it was, I think, from 2016 onward. From 2017 onward, that time period, creatively, was the worst booked period ever in WWE history.
Yeah.
Doesn't even touch 95. I stand on that. I still believe that. Now, granted, business was worse in 95, but at least they tried with what they knew how to do, right? There was no effort put in, and you could tell there was no effort put in. Vince was going through the fucking motions like daily, and then when he didn't like something, he'd rip up the script, change it on a day, and that happened for years.
Yeah.
It wasn't until Roman finally took creative control and took control of his fucking destiny, essentially, that we finally started turning a fucking corner.
Oh, for sure.
Really, the start of the career of the creative change starts with the tribal chief. I'll give Roman credit on that all day long.
Yeah. But yeah, the bloodline stuff was really turning the corner. But you still had the Vince-isms. Obviously he would change things on the fly. The Judgment Day story, like very early on, was very superficial and very, not great. I'm pretty sure, like, he brought back Alexa Bliss at a PLE, if you remember, when she was going through, like, a character change. And then, like, but it was like she hadn't really gone fully through that character change. Like, Vince just randomly brought her back.
Yeah, he dropped it, then brought it back, then dropped it. I remember that.
And then,
so many times.
Big E as WWE champion failed because of Vince's booking. You still had a lot of Vince-isms, there was still a lot of goofy characters like the Happy Corbin, Madcap Moss stuff. And, there was just a lot of, and then,
by the way, his booking was so bad that he even pissed Brock off, which we'll get into him later.
Yeah.
A couple of times. One of them was because of him winning the belt back from Big E, if you remember. Because Heyman even cut a promo, putting Big E over.
Yeah.
And that was, like, a huge thing. Like, because, like, you could tell Brock was not fucking thrilled having to take the belt off the guy.
Yeah. And then you don't forget he changed the NXT system, like, to the version he wanted and didn't want any indie guys. And we just went through, like, a mass of releases, by the way, I think. Because it was 2022, 2021, up until, like, the TKO takeover, we had, like, the most releases for WWE with all the COVID releases and everything like that. So
yeah, and NXT still hasn't recovered from all that either, by the way. From the releases plus the booking change, they're still struggling. Like, granted, they're much closer to the black and gold than they used to be.
Yeah.
I'll give them that. but their tag team division is still lacking, and that's where it will never touch black and gold because every division they had on lock.
Oh, for sure. But yeah, you know, and then Vince also too, like we said, if he got bored of something, he would just yank it from television. And then he was writing.
Thanos snap.
Yeah.
Gone.
He would write. He would rip up scripts and write shit. I think this was still. This was actually around really the era too, where he was writing the show as the show was happening. That's how much he would rip up the script last minute. So.
Yep.
You still had the bad Vinceisms. You still had Kevin Dunn around too, and the production was still not great. Type of thing.
I had no idea how much his camera work was making me sick until you go without him.
Oh yeah.
And then you watch the show back from back in the day with Kevin Dunn as head of production.
Yeah, it's unwatchable.
Holy fucking shit! It's night and day.
Yeah,
night and day. If there's one thing WWE has improved for the better on, it's definitely their production.
But yeah, so I just want to make sure we mention that, and they couldn't sell out arenas with Vince on top because everyone had just gotten sick of Vince's writing and just the way the WWE.
Hold on. I don't even mean to interrupt you. Their production minus their fucking heavy over reliance on AI. We'll get to that.
But yeah, obviously they couldn't sell out arenas. Even with the family pricing and everything like that, which we'll also get to. So yeah, WWE, when Vince was still at the helm and everything like that, before he retired the first time around, and had a less, significant role, still was not the best. And then, and again too, there was no long-term booking or anything like that. Everything was just done on a whim. It felt like too, most of the wrestling shows, he was just trying. He would basically save all the good hits from WrestleMania. All the full. He wasn't really making any new stars. Just all the issues typically that we would talk about and everything like that. That we've probably said then, and
it really has changed now. To be honest.
Yeah.
This is kind of a shame because we had high hopes when he was gone, and then they were crushed.
But then the takeover. Then he retired the first time around, and things started instantly improving. We got some nice long-term stories. With the Roman Reigns, Sami Zayn stuff. The mid-card belt started to matter again with Gunther as the IC champion, and then the US title didn't do as well, but it was definitely booked better. And then
I think everything was way better than it used to be, than it was.
Yeah.
Prior to Vince retiring, quote unquote.
And then we had some long-term stories. The energy in the crowd just started changing because it was obviously. They were starting to bring back a lot of the talent that Vince stupidly released in the beginning and gave them another chance. Arenas were selling out. You just felt like it was just a new energy with WWE. Like you said, we said, they got rid of Kevin Dunn towards the end of 2023, and they brought in Lee Fitton, who's done a great job so far on the production.
Unfortunately, he's not a very savory character himself.
But yeah, unfortunately. And then it felt like too Triple H would listen to the audiences back then. If someone got really over, he would push them. And yeah, I just think Triple H also had the cred because he had booked NXT really well, so everyone was really looking forward to seeing him come back, especially too because he got really fucked over because during his health scare and everything like that. Vince changed everything that Triple H had really built for WWE. We were starting to see people get put into the right places. They were starting to sign really good talent too, like even coming into the company. The tag division was improving. And the biggest thing is they were starting to reach out and go outside the States. Vince McMahon never would really run shows outside the States unless it was Canada, because obviously of the time change, and obviously we've seen that's been made for the better. Triple H has done really good global expansion, getting WWE out there to other markets they never really meant to. Not just the house shows, too, the television and
I
the
mean,
PLEs.
this was his idea that he was implementing in NXT anyway, so he knew what he wanted to do, and now he could just do it with WWE as a whole, as opposed to just NXT.
Yeah, and then yeah, he had put the right people in place for the booking and everything like that in the beginning. Just WWE in the beginning was I thought some really great stuff. From like SummerSlam, I thought 2022 to like about the end of 2023. Pre TKO takeover, WWE was all time stuff. You felt like you couldn't miss a wrestling show because you could
Yeah. Like, even if you missed a wrestling show, you felt like you actually had to watch the clips because something must see happen on it.
Yeah, you would always see someone return. You would always see like a big storyline.
That was like that. I would argue all the way up to Mania of 2024. It felt like that. Like, there was something crazy going on like every week, leading up to that WrestleMania. Like, they did a really good job, and again, I stand by this. Cody was meant to win at 39, and I think that's obvious now.
Yeah.
You can't tell me that wasn't the original plan, but considering how they pivoted, I think it worked out better that way for Cody's story to be finished at 40 in the Freedom State, American Nightmare, all that, American Dream.
Sure, yeah.
Cool. But, like, just, it made everything like, okay, you don't know what's going to happen. They made things feel important. Everything felt good. Everything from the talent, the creative, the booking, the energy of every show, it felt good. It actually felt good to be a WWE fan again once they got rid of the cancer that was Vince McMahon. So I'd argue, right after Mania 40 is like kind of when the cracks start to show, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, probably.
And maybe you can argue Backlash, because Backlash was that fucking great show, but that was also
in France.
good product or bad product. That was a fucking unicorn. That crowd was hot.
Yeah. Also too, again, the crowd's being hotter. I feel like Triple H also made sure like everybody on the show like had some type of storyline importance and everything like that. Like it felt like everyone had something going on. And yeah, just it was the time to be a wrestling fan. And then I have this later, but then TKO took over. Obviously we had known a sale had been stolen. Vince after WrestleMania 39 came back. And was starting to, said that he wanted to sell the company.
You know what it is? And this is where, and I remember I said this on that Aftershock, the infamous Aftershock, where every WWE fan under the sun pretty much disagreed with me. I swear I said this. I said, Vince will do damage to his company and kill it, knowing that it's going to die without his control, and make it so than he ever would wanting it to succeed without him. It was like him doing this sale to kind of usurp total control from Triple H was like one final fuck you to Triple H.
I think so, yeah. I think so.
Like, because nothing else makes sense to me still. And honestly, I've had this, thought process for a while. I've said it, politics ruin wrestling. For a while, that was the header of my Twitter profile, and I still stand true to this day. Politics ruin wrestling. This melodramatic bullshit with the fucking McMahon family has plagued this company and still continues to do so.
Yeah, for sure.
And then in the form that they're literally turned into WCW. Like they can't escape this shit. It's like a fucking never-ending illness.
Which is weird because you say that too, and none of like the McMahon blood are like even working for this company right now.
Right, but the problem is Vince's people are still fucking there. They're influencing Triple H and how he fucking thinks, for better or worse. You got TKO, who all they think about is the business shit. They don't think about pro wrestling. Very similar to Vince. The only difference is Vince knew a lot more about the industry than fucking
Yeah.
who owns TKO? I forget his name now.
Ariel Emanuel, right?
Ari Emanuel. He knows way more about the business than Ari Emanuel and Nick Khan ever did.
Yeah.
Like, Nick Khan was brought in as like a fucking major acquisitions guy. That was the whole point of him coming in. It was so that we could facilitate a sale, which, if you remember, there were two people that Vince was, had under his wing that were loyal to Vince the longest, and they told him this was a bad idea because if they don't know what they're doing, this could be bad for the company long term. I forget who their names are, but then he axed them.
Oh, yeah, I know you talk. I think it's George Barrios and Michelle Wilson.
George Barrios and Michelle Wilson, I think. And they warned him that this could happen.
Yeah.
And he still fucking went through with it. I truly believe that he would rather the company fail than the company succeed without him there.
Yeah.
I truly still believe that. And we are seeing evidence of that being the case now.
Yeah, if I had to guess too, what I think also happened, I think he came back to facilitate a sale. He was probably thinking whoever he sold it to would keep him around, thinking that, he would be working closely with these people. I think he did try to sell it to Saudi, because I remember there was reports around that time that Saudi was going to buy it. I actually think he pushed heavily to try that, and then when that didn't happen, TKO bought it. And yeah. I remember
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing with that. Like, I think Vince knew, well, either way I get what I want, because even if I'm not around for this company, they'll not know they won't know what the fuck to do with it, and you know, then the company won't succeed without me, and I'll still get paid by the company.
Yeah,
which he still is, by the way. He's still getting a fucking check by the company.
But yeah,
if nothing, and in his other head, it's like the other option for him is, well, if I sell it to these guys, maybe they'll keep me around because they promised they'll keep me around. But if they turn to me, they turn to me. Whatever, I get paid. Fuck you.
Yeah.
That I truly believe that was his thought process going into this, because like he had to have seen the writing on the wall by like the midpoint of that fucking season.
Mm-hmm.
Like they were phasing him out slowly but surely after like promising him the world, and he's like, well, at least my son-in-law doesn't get to fucking succeed on his own merits.
Yeah, but
that's how he thinks. But that's how he fucking thinks.
Yeah, continuing what I actually thought. I thought Vince, was thinking he would be able to stick around, and then obviously that blew up in his face a little bit because then TKO looked like they were the good guys because they were starting to listen to what Triple H's wanted, and then the creative improved when they were just listening to Triple H, and then obviously Vince completely got axed, and then obviously they brought in other people. They brought the Lock in, which looked awesome, which we'll get to that. That's a topic I actually added in later.
Yeah, which at the beginning it really worked, and then it didn't.
And then obviously I think now, like you said, Vince basically did the sale as like one fuck you to Triple H because
one final fuck you,
and everything you just said pretty much came true because but like again,
there have been good times, there have been bad times. When WWE is hot, Ryan said this on Tism. When WWE hits, it hits.
Yeah.
And it hits hard. When it misses, it fucking misses. Like, and there's really no in between, really, especially with how they do the WWE style, which they seem to have kept because a lot of the Vince old guard is still there, influencing, for better or worse, the decisions there. So,
but yeah, I mean, we'll go into fully on depth how TKO ruined wrestling. Obviously, it's tough to tell when TKO officially took control because obviously in 2024, they definitely had been in control with the Final Boss stuff, but then obviously
I would say right after the Netflix premiere is when they took full control. I remember actually so this is the order of operations as far as I remember. TKO does the press release. Vince McMahon's in the picture.
Mm-hmm.
Vince is in the picture. Where they took with the UFC and WWE initially to merge. So Dana White's there, Hunter's there, The Rock's there, Triple H is there, Vince is there, everybody's there. And then the Netflix premiere happens. They do like record business. Right after that, the Janelle Grant stuff comes out.
Yeah.
And then Vince is outed again.
Yeah.
Like instantly gone. Like not even a chance for him to come back. He's completely ixnayed from any management. The only thing he's promised is he'll get a paycheck, but he has no creative decision, no business say, any of that.
Yes.
So he's gone. He's effectively phased out. That all happened within like a week time period. So TKO officially like owns the WWE at this point. So right around Netflix is when that happens.
But yeah, before we kind of go back to that, I kind of want to mention, some hot periods that's happened since the takeover of Triple H and TKO and everything like that. And obviously, we've had some hot periods during the Triple H era and everything like that. We kind of talked about this, but we could talk about it again. I think for my money, I would say the hot period is SummerSlam 2022 is obviously unlike anything else we had seen for WWE. That's where like the takeover started. I think we had some really hot periods. It was also early in the trip. I guess that was the thing too. We didn't really mention. I think a lot of that was it was just new. We hadn't really seen. We've been so used to Vince's thing. It was kind of the new thing in town. We triple.
We were drinking the Kool-Aid, if you will.
Yeah. But if I had to say when the hot periods were, I would say it was SummerSlam 2022, up until probably, at least for me, anyways, Bad Blood 2024, because I think we got to see some really earth changing things. We were seeing the Bloodline storyline was still also going on a lot around that time. Triple H's booking was really being influenced. We were seeing some great long-term stories, some great new characters and stars being made. And I think why Bad Blood 2024 is because I feel like WrestleMania 40 was just a really hot WrestleMania. And like you said, there was probably a domino effect after WrestleMania 40, but I think WWE still had gained enough momentum and there was still enough different things.
They were riding a huge wave of momentum, yeah.
And then
big momentum.
They were still doing great stuff. Like, you still had the CM Punk Drew McIntyre feud going on, which ended, ironically enough, at Bad Blood 2024. Damian Priest was really catching fire as the world champion, and the Judgment Day was still doing well. So, like, everything was still, Gunther was still doing really well. I think also what helped is, like, if you remember, I think after WrestleMania 40, we got like 3 PLEs in a row, like outside the States, which also helped WWE a lot.
Yeah,
so,
it did. It did.
And then they were doing a lot of international like stuff. Why I think Bad Blood ended it is this was around the time the booking, I think, started changing. We just didn't really notice it because, again, they were still riding that wave of momentum, I think, from everything that we probably noticed things, but we thought things were going to pick up. This was probably when they got the word that, like, The Rock wasn't going to be around for WrestleMania, so they had to change the booking based on that.
And this is where everything goes to shit, because, again, the melodramatic bullshit, high school nonsense that Vince cultivated is still plaguing this fucking company. Rock has never liked Triple H. Triple H has never liked Hunter. And don't let anybody tell you any fucking different.
Yeah.
That is still going to be the case. That guy, Triple H, convinced Vince to not fucking resign him. And that's what led him to be a Hollywood star and led The Rock on bad terms with WWE for years.
Yeah.
That was a Triple H thing. And that was something that Vince perpetuated and agreed to and allowed. And, like, it will never not plague this company. So much so that now the internal struggles, you got the issues between, The Rock and Triple H. Then you have the bigger issue in Ari Emanuel not knowing really how the wrestling industry works and just kind of flying by the seat of his pants. You got Nick Khan, who's literally apparently on his way out the fucking door. Like, the whole fucking infrastructure's in goddamn turmoil right now, and it shows.
Also, too, I don't know, this played in effect, too.
Yeah.
If you remember, Raw went to 2 hours, too, like, right after Bad Blood for a few weeks. And I think
Yeah, and then they fucking made SmackDown 3, which I thought was, like, the stupidest decision known to man. Like, if Raw was unbearable for 3 hours and that was their flagship, how the fuck was SmackDown meant to survive?
Yeah, and then,
Not with that fucking creative. Like, if you're gonna do 3-hour SmackDowns every goddamn week, you better make that shit feel snappy
yeah,
and quick. They never did that.
they lost a lot of the TV deals. They lost the Fox deal around that time. They lost,
I mean, that writing was on the wall anyway, even before Vince left. I mean,
Yeah.
We were hearing reports from people that we knew that were close to the television industry that, like, Fox were not happy, and they were trying to get out of that deal like any fucking way that they could, and as fast as they could. They did not want to keep that around. Like, they literally said we should have kept the UFC.
yeah.
At one point, they literally said that. Like, I think they thought, like, we would have actually kept more money around had we kept the UFC than if we signed the WWE.
But then,
and that was true, by the way, because, like, that their airways are not fucking cheap.
yeah. And also, too, I think also what hurt was, I think WWE, I think they still tried creatively, but I think what happened is they were expecting, like, also, like I mentioned, they were expecting they were going to have all this stuff prepared. Like you said, TKO really hadn't fully taken control yet, so Triple H thought he could play the long game on some of the stories he was telling, and blow them off at WrestleMania when he wanted to, and then that really didn't happen. I think, too, like, also the fall anyways, it's always kind of like not really the best time to be a WWE fan because there's not really any big shows going on around that time. They kind of save all their energy for, like, the Rumble, for WrestleMania. So it just kind of, and then, obviously...
it all goes to pretty much shit after Mania 40. Like, slowly but surely.
Yeah.
I would argue right after Bad Blood 2024 is when the cracks really start.
I think so.
Like, the fact that The Rock comes out and then we hear no follow-up, nothing.
Nothing, yeah. It was...
Like, it's... You have an opportunity here to really do, like, this... Like, and that's essentially what everybody was fantasy booking.
Yeah.
They were thinking, maybe not necessarily call it the NWO, but they were thinking NWO. They were thinking we were going to get an NWO relaunch under the TKO banner.
Yeah.
With Rock at the fucking helm as almost serving like the Eric Bischoff. And they thought they were going to have, like, people like Jacob Fatu and fucking a couple other guys like that weren't Samoan, but, like, they were badasses.
Yeah.
And I thought we were building a supergroup around fucking heel Cena.
Oh, I don't know, because Cena wasn't also supposed to go heel either.
Yeah,
so.
yeah. I know that the original plan was Cody. So if it wasn't Cena, there was a group being built around one of the two faces of the company to go and turn heel. That much was confirmed.
Yeah. So.
Right? And then that never... But the problem is, that's logical thinking, because they just did that for a fucking cheap pop for The Rock to come out and hold his hand up.
Yeah.
And like,
and then, but, also the hard period started down now, because it also started feeling like you could miss the shows around that time, too.
It was drastically losing its luster. It really started turning after the fucking Rumble decision. Jey Uso never, ever, and I was one of the people that were like, give it a chance, let's wait and see. Let's see how it plays out. And then it played out, and I'm like, yeah, no, I'm good. Like,
but let's go through kind of I want to mention some of my favorite shows that's happened.
I'm sick still, by the way. I apologize.
That's why this video's delayed. So, but
sorry, guys.
I want to mention some of my favorite shows that's happened since the Triple H takeover and everything like that. I'll start. I was going to have him start, but he's dealing with something right now. I wrote down the list of
I'm
my.
good. Yeah, you start. You start. I got it.
This isn't in any particular order. I just went with how I thought them up in my head. WrestleMania 40 is probably the masterpiece of Triple H's era. Honestly, WrestleMania 40 is
Yes.
so good. I think it's probably my all time favorite WrestleMania. Probably.
It's so it's tough for me because
Yeah.
like I think from a bell to bell thing, like from because both nights were like great top to bottom.
Yeah.
And
Minus
there
the
was
Usos.
only one,
Yeah, minus the Usos.
yeah,
match.
minus the Usos match. I think you had 2 duds on Mania 17 where you only had 1 on 40.
Yeah.
And 40 had way more matches, so I feel like by that logic,
Yeah.
it is the best Mania of all time.
And I think too, it was really the stamp like that WWE was going into a new era. You just had a
Yeah.
lot of great things on that show, like obviously Cody finishing his story, and that playing out, Drew McIntyre and the CM Punk's feud playing out, with the night 1 opener with Seth and
Yeah.
everything like that. You could see like where that was going. R-Truth getting his WrestleMania moment, which was awesome, and the tag team ladder match was really cool.
I'd argue I'd actually this is the weird thing. 39. I'd actually, you know what? I'd actually argue in hindsight now looking back at it, 39 was the best WrestleMania of all time actually. Because think about how fucking awesome that card was, like from top to bottom on both nights. There was not one bad match on that card. You had a heartbreaker of an ending that led to the next awesome WrestleMania with a great fucking finish that basically booked the next 2 nights by itself, right? If you don't do what you do at 39, you don't get what you have at 40, and you don't get that year-long build of him rising to the top again and having that struggle and people wanting it that much more by the time 40 rolls around. Like, and then The Rock just kind of put it over the fucking top and really got him over big time. I don't think if you have that, what happens at 39, you can't get 40, realistically. I at least not as emotionally invested as you got in 40. So I'd actually argue 39 was the best WrestleMania of all time.
So,
especially from just a pure in-ring standpoint. There was not one bad match on that fucking card.
I feel like 39 for me. Obviously, it's on here. That's one of my favorite shows. But I think why 40 tops it. I thought there was some issues with 39 night too. Like Edge should have went over Finn Balor, especially
Sure.
in hindsight. That match ended up kind of falling apart a little bit, obviously, because Finn I think got cut open, and they had to like obviously fix that.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's still WWE going WWE in the PG era. So.
Brock and Omos was just kind of whatever.
That was way better than it had any right to be, though. That's the thing. Like, none of us expected anything, and then all of a sudden, it actually ended up being pretty good for what it was.
I think the women's. I'm pretty sure they had the women's tag showcase on that show, and that was whatever.
Yeah, sure.
And then yeah, I think 40 for me
So
was
the women worked hard. That's the thing. Like you can't say that the women didn't work hard on that one though.
Yeah.
And that was when they actually were paying attention to the tag division at least a little bit.
Yeah.
Finally.
But I think 40 just for me was just a better spectacle of a show.
Sure.
It was.
I mean,
fantastic.
it's 1A. It's honestly 1A, 1B. Both Manias absolutely fucking topped 17 for sure. I think.
Yeah, I think so.
It took a lot. It took us a long time to get there, to surpass 17 and 19, but we got there finally.
I think 42, like it's the one night, or the one show where like I think the 2-night Manias where like one night wasn't
Yeah, perfect.
better than
Yeah, damn near perfect.
Yeah.
I think the only thing that would have improved that was the Usos thing, because. And I stand by this. All they had to fucking do was make that no holds barred and just have them fucking beat the shit out of each other.
Yeah.
I don't know who the fuck thought it was a good idea to do some super kick match when that's not what the story called for. The story called for them literally like kicking the shit out of each other and having like every other match of Mania that night was like a a match. That should have been a fight.
Yeah, yeah.
That should have been a fight, and yeah, it is what it is. So.
Also, I put here Elimination Chamber 2025. You know, that was a great show. But obviously, unfortunately, the show's kind of ruined now because of what happens at the end. But that's not really this show's fault. That's more what happens afterwards.
Well, the heel turn was fucking fantastic. It was perfectly executed. Like The Rock doing the cutthroat, Cena doing the fucking heel scowl. Like, you know, I know the whole gimmick is like, and this is something to make fun of, especially nowadays for it. WWE is cinema. No, honest to God, that was fucking cinema, the way they shot that.
Yeah. Just take out Travis Scott, and you're good, you know?
No, honestly, this is the thing, and this is another thing that this may get me in hot water, but I don't care. I stand by this. The Travis Scott experiment could have fucking worked if they weren't so fucking insistent all the time on trying to make these celebrities always wrestle.
That's fair.
This guy's the perfect fucking manager. He knows how to get heat. He potatoes fucking wrestlers. This guy's the perfect fucking heat magnet. This guy is literally who you want in your corner. He is your Dennis Rodman. You hold off on having him in any sort of match. Ever.
Yeah, that's fair.
For at least 3 fucking years. Like, they wanted him to be Dennis Rodman to John Cena's Hulk Hogan in like all of a year or 2. Because of, and the problem is they set a bad precedent when they fucking, you know, with the Logan Paul experiment, and we'll get to him later. The fucking, there's like another person that was really, really good in the Bad Bunny, right? All these celebrities coming in and actually doing good in the ring, right? So they set a precedent to that where they thought, well, hell, if we could teach these guys, they thought in their mind, well, we could teach Travis Scott. And it's like, that's not how it works all the fucking time. Some people learn slower, bro. Like, Dennis Rodman, it took years to get ring ready. Years to get ring ready. And he still wasn't that great when he was ring ready.
Yeah.
But he knew how to work the fucking crowd.
But, you know, those other...
That's what Travis Scott was great at. And they had a perfect opportunity with him being seen as, like, heel lackey, heel manager, his hype man, essentially.
Yeah.
And they how do you fuck that up? It's Travis Scott. It's Travis Scott. How do you screw that up?
But, you know, there was other great things that came out of Elimination Chamber. You know, the Women's Chamber match ruled. Jade Cargill's return absolutely ruled.
Yeah.
Bianca was the right winner.
That whole story between Jade, Bianca, and Naomi was, like, really, really well done, too.
Yeah.
There were... Dude, okay. 2 stories that should have had way more development than it got. And they both involve black talent, by the way. That Naomi, Jade, and fucking... Bianca triangle, and the fucking New Day squabble. Neither of those get followed up on.
Yeah, we'll get to that. But, yeah, and then they had the right winner. The match itself ruled. KO and Sammy had the great unsanctioned match. And then Mandy's return was awesome.
Although that may have accidentally put Kevin on the shelf for way longer than he should be.
Yeah, but still. And then the Trish moment, she got a nice feel good moment. The men's chamber match was really awesome. And then obviously the Cena moment. So yeah, Elimination Chamber 2025 is in there. Royal Rumble 2023 is in there. Again, not going in any order here, but we'll go to Royal Rumble 2023, but I want to talk about this first, and then we'll go to Royal Rumble 2023. Elimination Chamber 2023 was like, yeah, that was good too. Yeah, so good. Sammy, like, everybody thinks that Sammy should have won there in Toronto. No. I don't think it was the right time. I think it's going to happen eventually. I hope he gets the WWE title. If they don't keep fucking pairing him up with goddamn hot as fuck Trick Williams. Stop doing that, by the way. God damn it. But like, he's
he's going to get his moment. I just don't think this was the time yet, but I do think it was a perfect vehicle for him and Kevin to reunite the way they did.
Yeah.
Even though it was a slow burn. Just Elimination Chamber 2023 was like, again, one of those shows where WWE hits, it hits.
Oh,
This
yeah.
was a show where it hit. This was a show where it hit on all cylinders.
Yeah, going off the top of my, yeah, so the Sammy moment, the Women's Chamber match ruled with Asuka winning, looking really dominant. I believe it was Edge and Beth Phoenix versus Finn and Rhea, which was a really great mixed tag match. And I'm not usually a big, I usually don't like mixed tag matches, so that was great.
Yeah, that surprised me. That surprised me how fun that was. Yeah.
And then I think the Men's Chamber match was the U.S. one. And then that's when they finally wised up and turned Logan Paul heel, which was the best thing that up until recently that could have happened for that. So,
and we'll get to him. Oh, we'll get to him.
And Lashley and Brock was good too until they did the DQ finish. So, all of that.
WWE go WWE sometimes.
And then Rumble 2023 though was an awesome show itself.
Very good.
The culmination of
probably one of their better Rumbles, honestly.
Yeah, the culmination of Sami Zayn finally leaving the bloodline and all of which set up Elimination Chamber 2023. Both Rumble matches ruled, which was great because this was like 2 years after we had bad Rumble matches. So well, I can't really say that, I guess, because one of them was in the pandemic, so so that one wasn't their fault, but the second one was their fault. But yeah, with Cody winning at number 30 and Gunther going the distance, and that Rumble match was just booked to perfection. And then the Women's Rumble was really good too, with Rhea winning. Obviously, this, I wouldn't say stinkers, but the Alexa Bianca match is fine. I don't really want to crap on the Bray Wyatt LA Knight match. I know that match wasn't very good, but it's Bray's last match that he would end up having, so that's a weird area to kind of touch. So it's like,
I mean, that was when WWE and TKO really started testing the waters with the sponsors on every match type of concept. Mountain Dew Pitch Black match.
Yeah,
that was the start of it all, and oh boy, when I pitched years ago, because I feel this is partly my fault, I pitched WWE should start doing sponsorships to get more money for the boys and girls in the back by maximizing your dollar. I didn't mean every fucking orifice of the goddamn company.
Be careful what you pitch, I guess, sometimes. So.
Jeez, you give them a fucking inch and they take a mile, I swear to God.
Yeah. But other shows, this is probably going to be the one we disagree with, but I was there for this one. I didn't write Night 1 notice, but I wrote WrestleMania 42 Night 2. I thought was a fantastic.
No, I firmly agree with you. I thought Night 2 was fucking miles better than Night 1.
I mean,
miles better. Just from an in-ring standpoint, it felt like everybody came to work that day. It felt like there was just a different air. It was almost like it was booked by two different teams.
Yeah.
I feel like, there was a rumor that Night 1 was booked by TKO and Night 2 was booked by Hunter. I don't know how true that is, but I wouldn't doubt it because it really did feel like it was booked by two different fucking teams.
Yeah.
No matter how you slice it. So, whatever it was... Better night overall. That main event between Punk and Roman,
it went nuts. Yeah, it was nuts.
I'm not that big of a Roman guy as far as his character and the way he was presented for years has always soured me. But man, you would be hard pressed to say, with everything that happened between Punk and Roman over the years, that was not a dream match.
Right.
And they finally had it, and it was fucking fantastic. If Punk were to say, I don't need to deal with this shit anymore, I'm a go, and this time I'm done for real, I'd be fucking satisfied with Punk's career, ending it on his terms right here.
Yeah.
This was the perfect way to end his career. I don't even think he needs another main event. He main evented for real. He main evented WrestleMania now. He made it technically 2 times, but he was the last show of WrestleMania. He finally got everything that he ever wanted, and he fucking delivered on being a main eventer. this match was fucking great. It was perfect.
Yeah.
Um,
There's other things
like
too.
that alone made night 2
Yeah.
way better than night 1.
But there's other things too, making Obo a star with the match with Brock. Even though it didn't end up in his retirement, it still worked well enough in itself. The ladder match was awesome. Finn versus Dom really delivered. Kind of whatever about Rhea versus Jade, but that was kind of like the sleep. That was still fine. If you if you would put that on night 1, that would have really stood out. It's just that night 2.
She had a clean one-winged angel, which shocked the shit out of me. And I'm like, what the hell?
Yeah.
Excuse me. That is Kenny's move. That is Kenny's move, good ma'am. What are you doing hitting that move?
But even though they still had the ad breaks and stuff, I feel like too, like they spaced out the ad breaks much better after great matches and everything like that. But
they did here. Look, I agree with you. However, there should not be fucking ad breaks during goddamn WrestleMania.
Yeah.
Like at least as frequently as it was. Like this was egregious. Both nights were egregious for this, but I'll give you that 42 was a lot better at pacing them. I'll give you that.
And then I forgot the big Danhausen segment he had with the Miz, depending on how you enjoy how much you enjoy Danhausen.
I'm one of the few people that love Danhausen.
Man, I love him. He's great.
No matter what he does. In AEW, I loved him. WWE, I loved him. This guy is the best. I love him. He's the greatest. And everybody's like, this shit sucked. Like I got people who are just hate WWE for the sake of hating WWE. Fair enough. Like, if it's not your cup of tea, it's not your cup of tea. I get it. For me, I love this. I love campy shit like this. I love the goofy shit sometimes. Yeah. And this is like the best goofy shit ever. I love Danhausen. It's great.
Other great shows, Royal Rumble 2024. I was there live for this one, so that's might be why it's on my list. But I loved Royal Rumble 2024. The Women's Rumble was booked really great with Jordynne Grace and Naomi coming in. And then, the last, 6, I think, was, all people you could have seen, being the future of the company. And then Bayley winning was a nice moment. The 4-way for the world title with Roman, AJ, LA Knight, and Randy was great. KO versus Logan Paul was good. And the DQ finish actually made sense. And then, obviously, the Men's Rumble came together very well with Cody winning. So that one was good. Backlash France obviously would.
I mean, just a fucking great show, top to bottom.
Yeah.
The thing is, and this is where, and I've always had this criticism even during NXT Black and Gold days. I feel you're underchanging your roster when you only book 4 matches to 5 matches a card, especially in a WWE show. 7 should be the sweet spot if you're gonna have less matches, because this crowd was hot for everything. You could have added a couple more matches. They would have been there for
on that show, I believe, was the KO and Randy versus Solo and Tonga match. The women's tag title match was pretty solid. The main event with AJ Cody absolutely ruled.
I mean, that goes without saying, yeah.
And then
that goes without saying how good that was.
Damian Priest and Jey Uso was really good itself. I know there's a match I'm missing in here somewhere, but I know it's the second match.
It was a good show.
Yeah,
it was a good show.
And again, the crowd just made that vibes. Backlash 2023 in Puerto Rico absolutely ruled.
Bad Bunny and fucking
Damian Priest.
They were the hottest 4. I mean,
yeah,
holy fucking shit! This guy, I've never heard a bad word said about Bad Bunny.
Yeah,
in Hollywood, that's rare, very rare.
By the way, I remember the other match at Backlash.
By the way, I don't think I don't know if he's he's probably not perfect. He's probably not a perfect person by any means.
Yeah,
but this guy is should be used more. Honestly, they should be using him more than some of the people that they use. I'll just say that.
By the way, I remember the match at Backlash. It was the women's triple threat. I believe it was Tiffany, Naomi, and Bayley. I'm pretty sure.
No, that was a fucking great one. That was actually a really good one too.
But Backlash 2023 though, that they had that. It had Io Sky versus Bianca for the women's title. Well, the Raw women's title. They didn't change that. They hadn't changed it yet. Cody Block put on a good performance. The 6-man tag with the Bloodline versus KO and Riddle and Sammy was good.
It was one of Riddle's last WWE appearances too, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, pretty
before he
much.
ended up getting himself shit canned.
And then I'm pretty sure there was a triple threat. It was Bronson Reed, Lashley, and Austin Theory, which was pretty solid in itself. And then Clash at the Castle 2022 absolutely ruled as a show. Roman and
even with the booking of Drew not winning, I still think that was a mistake.
I could see that, but obviously I know it's kind of tough to say because I feel like we don't get 40 though if Drew wins here, and then like it.
That's fair, yeah.
It made his.
I don't think they should have booked the match.
Yeah.
I think honestly they should have just had him win the world title or something.
They didn't have it then though. There was.
I don't. Yeah, you're right. They didn't have it then. Fuck.
Yeah.
They should have made him the champion at Clash at the Castle.
Yeah.
They should have started the tournament early.
Also, too, like I think if Drew wins here, we don't get that great heel character change for him too. This is kind of like the catalyst of that.
That's
so it's tough. That's a tough. But you know, we got Solo in the Bloodline out of that. The match itself ruled anyways. Gunther and Sheamus put on a storm on that show.
I was so happy when I saw Solo, by the way, because I actually did work for him when he was in the Independents. So
oh, okay. But yeah, Gunther and Sheamus was absolutely awesome on that show. I believe Shayna and Bayley put on a really good match. I believe Damage Control versus Bianca, Alexa, and Asuka was on that show.
Yep.
Yeah, just an all-around great show. Again, crowd was great for that show also. Survivor Series 2023 obviously is a really great show for WWE.
I mean, I'll be real, right? The Survivor Series 23 was really good, and nobody remembers it because Punk came back. I mean, that's could have been a horrible show, and people would have remembered it because Punk came back.
But it's still a great show, and I think nonetheless, the Women's War Games match was really good with Damage Control versus Becky, Charlotte.
Men's War Games match was very good as well.
Yeah, Randy's return was there too.
Yeah, completely. Yeah, what was it that he was ribbing Punk for? Like, every time I'm doing something, you're foreshadowing my moment or something like that. Yeah.
And then also on the show, Gunther and The Miz put on a stormer for the IC title on that show. I don't know if you remember.
Yeah, which was weird.
Yeah, Miz as a face worked.
Weird that Miz as a face really worked against Gunther.
Yeah,
it's really weird. It's really like people forget and I think we've had such a misconception about the Miz over the years. Like, this guy can't fucking work.
Oh yeah,
can't wrestle. Guy can wrestle.
Yeah,
guy can wrestle. Now, granted, he's wrestling Gunther. I mean, he could wrestle a fucking broomstick, but
But at the time, Miz was actually Miz. I don't know if Miz was one of
Miz has been improving. Miz has always improved his game every fucking day. Ever since he's been, I would say 2010 onwards, he's always improved it just little bits here and there. I think when I saw him carry a very obviously hurt Rey Mysterio, I think it was SummerSlam 2013. I had a lot more respect for the Miz.
Yeah, and
it really showed me okay, this guy. He's not the worst worker.
Yeah.
He's not bad. He's not a bad wrestler. If anything, I think he's actually a very good wrestler now. Doing goddamn springboard crossbodies. He's
insane. Yeah,
doing snappy ass goddamn chain wrestling nowadays. He never gets to show it off because he's always going to be an entertainer first and foremost. So now he's kind of heel again and he's doing his typical heel shtick because he's done everything he needs to do. I'm sure he's content with just being the punching bag at this point. He's already made his way to the top. So,
in a weird way, he's one of those wrestlers where, he's always going to look good no matter how badly he's booked for some reason. He's just that good.
Yeah, that's so fucking odd.
Yeah.
He's always, come out the other side smelling like roses, even that fucking whole 2011 debacle with The Rock and Cena, and they were all mad about that they decided to blame it on the Miz, and he still came out and fucking.
There's very few wrestlers that can be booked, can look like crap and come out of it Kevin Owens is one of them. MJF is one of them, and The Miz is on. I feel like you had to put The Miz on that
Yeah, I
list.
feel like the Miz absolutely, definitely up there.
But other shows that were great, SummerSlam 2022. That's kind of actually no, I missed one. Survivor Series 2022. This one obviously I was there live for this one, so we might have different viewpoints. But I thought this show came out great. This was the first time they did the War Games gimmick, and it really worked. Because everyone.
That was the Bloodline one, right?
Yeah. Well, the Sammy one. The
Sammy one. That was really good.
Yeah.
Fantastic show, top to bottom.
Yeah, the women's one even came off great. AJ and Finn put down a great. I mean, the only thing that didn't come out great.
Go ahead. I'll let you finish.
The only match that didn't come out great was the Ronda, I think Shotzi match, because everyone wanted Sasha because it was in Boston. This was before Sasha came to AEW or anything like that, and then obviously Ronda obviously didn't give a shit. I wasn't the biggest Shotzi fan at the time. I'm pretty sure this was right after she screwed up the Money in the Bank match really bad, and then they gave her a title match here against Ronda.
She was booked to screw it up because their booking was she never should have been in that position.
Yeah.
She was never should have been booked in that position in the first place. She's doing much better in the indies, by the way, because the Shotzi we have on the indies and the Shotzi the fucking diet one that we got in WWE is like night and day, dude.
Yeah.
Night and day.
But what were we gonna say about Survivor Series before?
Survivor Series 2022 was a good show, but we neglected one Survivor Series that we did forget to talk about. Because while Bad Blood definitely was a weird show, and the tipping point was kind of going in that bad direction, I'd argue Survivor Series 2024 was a fucking great show.
Yeah, that was good too.
That was a fucking great show. Because you had the Bloodline versus Bloodline Civil War angle with Punk and Roman. That kind of kicked off their fucking rivalry, which has been going over the next two WrestleManias.
The women's War Games match
was a really good one as well. And then the two singles matches that they had, that was Nakamura's last real big push. I loved Ghost of Tsushima fucking Shinsuke. I thought... Honestly, it pisses me off that they didn't just stick with that and they just went right back to, it didn't work, just fuck it. That pissed me off. He actually had something going there and they did nothing with it.
Yeah.
He goes to fucking Noah and defends the U.S. title there.
Yeah, he did. And then...
and I'm like, why aren't you stick with this?
Yeah.
Do something with your mid-card titles, for fuck's sake.
And then, I'm pretty sure we had two triple threats on the show. It was Gunther, Sheamus, and Braun Breaker versus...
No, it was Gunther, Sheamus, and Ludwig Kaiser.
Ludwig Kaiser, yeah.
It was. And this is
No, I mixed that up. No, it's Ludwig, Sheamus, and Braun Breaker. And
yes.
I'm mixing the two up. It was Gunther and Damian Priest. Because
Gunther and Damian Priest, and then it was Braun Breaker, Sheamus, Ludwig Kaiser. Yeah, this guy showed signs of being a star in this match.
Well, yeah, it might all fall apart.
Dude, okay, can we talk about the MVP? I know he just got arrested. By the way, I found out why he got arrested. Okay, morally, he's justified. Fuck that. I don't was in the right. El Grande for president or whatever. I don't know. The second one, not the first. I don't know. Whatever. The Ludwig one. Yeah. The Ludwig El Grande is in the right for that. But no, he is really he has been given this whole thing with the El Grande gimmick.
Yeah.
He is fucking soared with it. And this guy has been given opportunity every time, and this guy has been hitting home runs subtly, and you don't realize how often he goes off the bat when he goes up to bat and then hits it out of the park every time. Great. This was one of those early instances where you put Ludwig in a major position and he'll knock it out of the park, and that's exactly what he did.
Yeah. I mean, Ludwig's turned the El Grande, he's gotten so over with the El Grande gimmick. He might not ever be able to go.
That Chad Gable. He actually outdid Chad Gable, who was doing great with the gimmick.
Yeah,
fantastic with the gimmick. And the fucked up part about it, and here's the thing about this whole thing, right? It started as a rib he was given the gimmick after Chad gets injured legitimately.
Yeah.
And he was like, well, I'm saddled with this now. And you could tell he really loves, like, Lucha Libre culture.
Yeah.
Like, it shows. And he turns this fucking thing genuine babyface.
In Mexico, too,
Like,
yeah.
In Mexico! This guy's a fucking hero in Mexico. What the fuck?
And you wouldn't think they, who we really respect.
No. I mean, they would have cheered him anyway, but like they genuinely want him to beat the original El Grande. They love what Kaiser's done with the gimmick, and they see the effort he's put in to appreciating the culture. I think that really shows.
And they're so over with this gimmick, he might never be able to become Ludwig Kaiser ever again.
Honestly, I'm kind of okay with it. Like, it's really given, like, and you can tell Tyler Bate and fucking Pete Dunne under the masks are having a great time, too.
Did I ever tell you when I went and met Pete? You probably saw, I don't know if you saw the video, when I went and met Pete Dunne. Like, he was in obviously the Y or whatever his name is gimmick. He like stayed in, like he stayed in gimmick. Like I said, thank you, it was nice to meet you, and he responded to me in Spanish and all that type of stuff too.
That's amazing. The boys having a good time.
Yeah.
I love it.
But yeah, Survivor Series 2024, definitely should be on here. Survivor Series 2022, SummerSlam 2022. Obviously, this was Triple H's first show that he booked, because obviously Vince had pre-written all the shows pre-SummerSlam 2022, and Triple H immediately made a statement. He basically took the card that Vince made and somehow was able to make like magic out of it with Bianca versus Becky Lynch, which delivered crazy. Then you had the debut of Damage Control / returns of Io Sky and Dakota Kai. Pat McAfee and Baron Corbin put on a really great match, which you wouldn't have expected. Logan Paul, it was his first performance against The Miz, which came out great. Again, we'll get to him later. I'm trying to think what else is. I know, and then he actually booked a good Roman Brock match other than WrestleMania 31, which was like insane. After Vince tried.
And this was after we were so sick to death of it, but it was like, well, we know he booked it, and we'll just deal with it, and we'll see what he does with it. And then, Triple H has the idea of, hey, you're a farmer, right? And Brock was like, yeah. Hey, why don't you fucking tip the ring over with a fucking tractor?
Yeah.
And I'm like, duh.
Yeah.
And he's like, okay. And then everybody was like, huh?
And then those other things. The tag match with I think it's Ray and Dom versus Finn and Damian with Edge returning came off pretty well. I forgot to mention that's the biggest props of Clash of the Castle 2022. It was Dom's first thing as a heel. He turned heel in that show. And
because he turned heel, and then the Judgment Day left after he got kicked in the balls.
Yeah, so just a great SummerSlam 2022, a great first show for Triple H. Evolution 2, when they brought that back, came out very well. The 4-way.
That was a good show. That was a really good show. I mean, the reasonings for it you could debate all day long, but the actual show, the women came to play. Yeah,
they did. And then Bad Blood 2024, I think came off great.
Over this. Yeah, we've been over that. So it is what it is. That's just the best shows, the favorite PLE. I agree with this list.
Yeah, I mean, there's probably some Raws and SmackDowns I could have included in there. Like, obviously, I'm pretty sure, like, the Raw, I think it's like the 30th anniversary came off pretty well.
Okay.
The Raw with Cody, the Raw where The Rock beats down Cody came off very well. That was a great Raw. I'm pretty sure there's a SmackDown that's really great where CM Punk cut his second promo back where he called out everybody. That was a great SmackDown, and no one would have expected it because it was like a tribute to the Troop show, and it came out great. There's a lot of Raw and SmackDowns that's been great. A lot of NXT PLEs have been really good, especially recently, like with some of the Stand and Delivers. I think this year's Stand and Deliver actually was fantastic. So, a lot of... let's kind of... we're gonna continue the positivity, though. I know you're probably thinking, like, what the hell? You guys are supposed to be bailing this company, but you're being very positive. What's going on?
Don't worry, it's coming. Oh, it's
gonna
coming.
build to that. But I want to mention some other successful things.
You gotta wait a little bit longer to suckle on the negativity teat.
No, not much longer, actually. It's just the last thing, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But let's talk about some other successes that's happened with Triple H and WWE, and maybe TKO can be fit in there. Obviously, we kind of mentioned this already, but the outside of U.S. expansion, the fact that WWE does a lot of shows now outside of the U.S. with, a lot of the PLEs now happen outside the U.S. Like we said with Clash at the Castle, Money in the Bank, I believe, was in the O2 Arena. We could say what we want about the Saudi shows, but ever since Vince, it seems like, fucked off, I feel like the Saudi shows have come off better, whether, for better or for worse, maybe because the Saudis finally fucking realized and, like, did their research on wrestling not to ask for Yokozuna and Eddie Guerrero anymore. I don't know.
They finally got internet because they did their thing, or they're trying to become more westernized, and that included internet, so they were able to search up. Oh, they're dead.
Yeah,
but
like
the fact that that's a realistic possibility is insane.
Yeah,
to me.
Unfortunately, but they've done a lot of a lot of Raw and SmackDowns have been outside the U.S., and because of the Netflix deal, what's good on the Raw side of things is you actually get to watch the show, like, live. Unfortunately, it affects SmackDown because SmackDown still has to stay taped. But, I've enjoyed the outside expansion. You get to see new wrestling audiences and everything like that. I've really enjoyed the outside expansion. Anything you want to say on that?
I firmly agree with you, especially the outside crowds. I feel like it's been well and beneficial, I feel like, for twofold, because not only is WWE like doing an outside expansion, so is AEW. I feel like anytime you go to an international crowd, it's always a fucking hot crowd.
Yeah, it's
if you go into any different type of environment, because like AEW did Fairway Hell recently, and that crowd was hot because it just felt different. The vibe was different.
Yeah,
I feel like any different venue, any different location, whether it's like in-house in our country or outside in the U.S. or outside of the U.S., no matter how big or small the crowd is, if it's a hot crowd, like, you can tell.
Yeah.
And I think that's definitely helped WWE doing this expansion outside of the U.S.
I feel like it's nice at least for me at home, because it's also kind of cool to watch, like, on an occasion, like a Raw in the afternoon, and then you have, like, the rest of the night to do something type of thing. So that's also nice.
Yeah.
So
it's different. I mean, it's definitely not appointment viewing though anymore, which is like, oh shit, I actually have to rearrange my schedule now if I'm going to watch this live.
But now
which I think it's hurt them more than it's helped them in the ratings department.
Yeah,
but,
now we know how the UK and all them feel like that we have to restructure our schedule.
A little bit. Just a little bit.
Other things that Triple H have done well.
Hi, Hannibal, we love you.
Other things we've done well is Triple H has done a really good job getting rid of the stipulation pay-per-views. If you remember, in the Vince era, especially towards the end,
let's just get this one out of the way because it goes hand in hand. Reestablishing the importance of Hell in a Cell again.
Yeah.
Because of him getting rid of the stipulation PLEs, I feel like that's helped re-elevate Hell in a Cell being a dangerous match type, which for a while it wasn't. And that goes the same with TLC, Hell cage matches, any stipulation that they had. The only one that they kept, which did make sense in hindsight, although I do think it's better at Mania than its own pay-per-view, but it does draw for them.
Money in the Bank.
The only one that ever made sense was Money in the Bank.
Well, he kept Elimination Chamber also. But I think,
but that was an obvious, because that's like that determines, like, Elimination Chamber. I will say they should name it back to No Way Out.
Yeah,
No Way Out was just a better name for that show.
I'm cool with Elimination Chamber too, because the whole thing is that's like the last obstacle to get to Mania. That's a brutal match. I can see them keeping that type of thing. So, but getting rid of the stipulation pay-per-views have been great. No more Extreme Rules. No more TLCs. No more Fatal 4-Way. No more. No more. What was it?
More
Hell in a Cell, Scene 3, Hell in a
No
Cell
more Hell
match.
in a Cell, yeah. No more TLCS.
Yeah.
If you remember
Yeah. Um,
the stairs match. Oh god, the
yeah.
stairs match.
But I'm glad we're out of that era. And yeah, like we said, saving the Hell in a Cell. He put the old cell back. I don't know if you remember, James. They changed the cell to red, which was like really unpleasant to look at.
Yeah, they have the McDonald's fucking play place fucking look.
Yeah, and then but yeah, changing the cell back was awesome. If
Yeah.
I just say the match that saved the cell, it was probably Finn versus Edge, but I think the match that actually saved it for me was Punk versus Drew. That really saved the Hell in
Yeah,
a Cell.
yeah, 100%. Yeah, it's a weird time because everybody is like, "See, that's how you do a no nonsense violent cage match," and I'm like, people both fucking bled in each cage match. Like,
Yeah.
Hangman and Swerve was good. This was fucking great with
Yeah.
McIntyre. Like everybody, shut
Uh,
up.
other good Triple H.
Both can be true, by the way.
Yeah. Other good Triple H things, the long term booking, at least in the beginning. You could still say now if you want, but obviously in the beginning it really worked because obviously we were so used to Vince's like short term booking, but now we got Triple H's. I feel like why I say in the beginning too is it didn't feel like you kind of got you could kind of see the vision of where Triple H was going in the long term booking, like with the Bloodline stuff with Sammy, and just the Bloodline stuff in general, Cody's redemption, the Judgment Day, and their breakup. I could just name it story after story. Dom and Ray's feud, he knew he wanted to get that to Mania, and he put Ray on SmackDown, so that way, like, there's just so many moments of long-term booking that he had. I feel like, too,
That were good. That was a key thing because there were some that weren't even during.
I mean, I would even say, like,
like that damage control thing where they were like fucking pissing in the wind and like flying by the seat of their pants, not knowing if they wanted to break them up or not, went way too damn long.
The Bailey part was good. I would say the Bailey part was good.
Yeah.
But
sure.
So that's another one. But in the beginning, Triple H's long-term booking really worked. It still can work. I think we've seen examples of where, like the Jacob Fatu one, I think the last year, up until he lost and everything like that, worked really well. So
that was really good, yeah.
and
it's kind of built up to his recent title match that he had with Roman as well.
Yeah. So yeah, I think the long-term booking in the beginning worked really well. Gunther. He's booked Gunther very well, which is really cool because Gunther, I don't know if you know, like I think Vince was gonna fire Gunther.
He was on his way to being out. We remember.
Yeah.
We remember.
So,
I remember those fucking dark days of that fucking title reign.
Yeah, but yeah, Gunther. He's been booked very well by Triple H. It's just basically he just took what he did in NXT UK and just put it on the main roster. I'd argue
exactly.
He booked Gunther probably too well because now it's tough to find anything for Gunther to do because he's booked him so well because
Yeah. Well, that's another thing. It's like now they've fallen off the wagon with him. Like, see, here's the issue, right? Because now they had him retire two of the top stars.
Oh, well, three. Goldberg, forget
three of the top stars. How has he not taken the belt off Cody yet? Because like he should.
Yeah.
Like I should not like the match that you're going to be doing, and the program you're going to start now with Gunther. To me, anyway, that's the natural match progression. Oba and Gunther, right?
Yeah.
You have to start that by having Oba beat Cody for the title. Or no, Oba. Gunther beat Cody. Gunther beat Cody for the title finally. And then you have the match with the champion of champions thing that they do with Saudi or whatever the fuck they're going to call it. Gunther versus Oba.
Yeah.
Because I think Oba is going to win against Roman at this year's SummerSlam. That's my game theory.
Me too.
He wins the world title from him. That's going to be your clash, and then eventually, one of them is going to lose their championships from some fuck finish or whatever. That will free up the other to try to go for the other's title.
Yeah, I would love that.
Right?
Yeah,
that should be. You should start that process now.
Yeah.
I don't know if they're going to do that, but like that's if I got two genuine like monsters that people are really looking forward to seeing clash, that's what I'd be fucking booking.
Yeah. But yeah, Gunther. Yeah, but he's booked Gunther very well. Early Judgment Day success has been booked very well. Um, you know, if you remember the Judgment Day
I
angle,
feel like Judgment Day as a whole, I'll be honest, Judgment Day as a whole has been booked tremendously since Triple H has taken over.
yeah,
Every iteration of the Judgment Day has been over.
yeah,
I don't think there's even in its low points, it's WWE's closest thing to Bullet Club they're ever gonna have.
yeah. But yeah, I've enjoyed Judgment Day.
And it's not Bullet Club, by the way. Let me just be clear before people come at me in the comments. I know it's not even anything like Bullet Club.
Yeah.
It's hence why I said the closest.
But yeah, I've enjoyed Judgment Day. When Vince ran it, he made it a supernatural gimmick. And honestly, if you remember, like when they forced Edge out,
the thing that Edge didn't want to do, by the way.
Yeah. When they forced Edge out, I don't know if you remember, I think Judgment Day was very close to breaking up. They would have just done the match with Edge. And the biggest example of that, they were showing up on main event, not even the shows anymore, like, towards the end. And then Triple H took it over. He really turned Judgment Day into something. He put Dom into the group. And, everyone in the group's been over at one point. If you want to say, like, a fall-off point, it could be when Damian Priest and Rhea Ripley left the group, because obviously there was, like, the big cash cows. But even then, I still think...
Really, the only bad point of the Judgment Day was when, and I'm still pissed that they did this, we never got a fucking follow-up, and I thought we were just going to fucking forget between Carlito and Raquel.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Because they released fucking Carlito.
Yeah, they did.
What was the point of all that time during fucking television?
Yeah.
What was the point? Don't waste my fucking time.
But yeah, everybody else, but everyone in the groups that's been in it's made sense for the most part. I've enjoyed pretty much every iteration of the Judgment Day. And I know you could say I could have just made Dominic Mysterio part of that, but I feel like Dominic Mysterio has really impressed.
On his own has been a standout, and honestly, we'll check this off too, because trouble, gag me. Sorry, Liv Morgan has done leaps and bounds with this group as well. I feel like the whole Dominic Hoochieverse is the best way to call it, has been really, really well booked. I think Liv has been better off for it.
Yeah, for sure.
And by the way, I don't know if that's going to get me canceled. If it does, it does. But I think it's funny. But Liv Morgan has been booked really strongly as a result of that.
I agree.
Same with Raquel and Roxanne. Rhea, when Dom was with her, was booked probably the best she's ever been booked. So much so she got a fucking title win against Charlotte fucking Flair out of the deal.
Yeah.
Like, just every woman that Dominic has been with, quote unquote, because he's married, he's kayfabe brother, has been better off for it.
Maybe his wife too. Maybe his wife too.
His wife. Maybe his wife too. Maybe he put her over. I'm sure he has in more ways than one. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge, yuck, yuck. But think about it too. Like, Judgment Day has when he joined that group, it had like a whole new life. He might as well be the leader. He should he was the de facto leader for years. Now he just is the leader.
Yeah,
he's right. But the guy has become Intercontinental Champion now. He's become a Triple A Mega Champion. This guy has just been on fucking fire. This guy is so fucking over. He's basically got the Bret Hart complex going on. He is booed everywhere else, but in Mexico, where he's a big fucking.
Well, Vegas too. He gets cheered in Vegas, actually.
Yeah, and Vegas, that's obvious. Yeah, because any Latino demographic is gonna cheer him.
Yeah.
So, San Diego, Los Angeles, Las Vegas, Texas, probably El Paso.
Yeah, he didn't get cheered in Vegas this year, actually, but that's because he went up against the Demons, so that was a given.
No,
so.
I mean, they booked that well. So
yeah.
No, just in general, I think the whole Judgment Day have been booked. Other than the Carlito snafu, they've been booked fantastic. It was a far cry from where they were about to go, and they were about to be. Put on the chopping block. They were about to be a retribution.
For sure,
and just the turnaround of this group
has
been second to none. And, I think you put a lot of that into the creative for sure, because they really did want to make that work. But I put a lot more of that into Dominic Mysterio, because
Yeah.
if Dominic didn't join that group, I don't know if the group would have lasted like another year, even under Triple H's booking. I think Dominic really gave that
Yeah.
thing a whole new life.
I think too, like Dominic Mysterio, I put in this group because like him turning on his dad like really made his career. You know,
Oh,
like he needed
yeah,
to really break. He really needed to like break out on his own and finally get somewhere. He's the first like heel in a while that got like the right reaction to the point where like no one can hear him. No one could hear him kind of promo for a while.
he just was
Yeah.
getting the Ricky Guerrero treatment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that might be his aunt. So, well, no, but yeah, that might
No.
be his mom, right?
I don't know if I don't know if anybody wants to be related to Vicky after what she's been accused of. We'll just leave that right where it is.
But Eddie definitely for sure, you know. So.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, Eddie. For
That's
sure.
That's his. And then I put Cody
That's
Rhodes.
his fatter. Is that what you were about to say? That's his fatter.
Yeah. But yeah, Cody Rhodes we could put on the list too. You know, this probably would have happened anyways under the Vince booking because Vince was booking Cody pretty well. But I feel like Triple H took like a realistic approach up until maybe recently. I had to book.
I feel like no matter what happens, if Vince stayed, he was going to be the WWE champion after that Hell in a Cell performance.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
Like, there's no way. Like, he literally, the minute he went in there with a torn pec, did the match with the torn pec, had a 5-star fucking classic in spite of the torn pec with Rollins in that Hell in a Cell, and single-handedly re-established the danger of the fucking Hell in a Cell, which people were already over because of the fucking Rollins and
Fiend debacle. That probably is to actually save the Cell.
Everybody thought that was impossible, and the fact that Cody pulled it off while fucking injured, he was gonna get that fucking championship. I'm like, if you denied him, you were off your fucking head.
Yeah.
That's genuinely how I felt. Like, at some point, he would have been given that strap.
Yeah. I feel like probably he got it better in the Triple H booking because I think Vince would have put the belt right on him and it wouldn't have really felt earned. I feel like Triple H really made him, and like the fans really made us want it and everything like that.
I agree with that. I tend to agree with that.
And he's had a lot of...
I think it was a mistake in the beginning, and then in hindsight, it's like, all right, no, you know what? This actually worked out better this way.
But yeah, Triple H has really made Cody like the guy, and which is really cool because, you know, everyone kind of...
Wait, hold on, Owen. One of the reasons why people were happy to see me go, James never admits when he's wrong. I admitted when I was wrong.
Yeah.
I was wrong about the Cody thing. It's weird. It's crazy.
But yeah, you know, but really cool stuff. And then, you know, Sami Zayn, we could probably put these into one category, actually. Sami Zayn and Kevin Owens really turned around under the Triple H booking. You know, Sami Zayn, you know, was pretty much, I would say, a jobber status in the Vince booking and everything like that.
Oh, my God. He was.
Dude,
he was fighting Johnny goddamn Knoxville.
Yeah. I do think his career turned around a little bit towards the end of the Vince booking because, like, I think Vince...
okay, funny story about that, actually, about Sammy and that Knoxville match. I hated that so much, I legit walked out. I was on call with Jeff Meacham and Noah and whoever else, I forget who, and I just took my headset off and I walked out the room. I was like, I am not dignifying this with a call. Like, because it was just a fucking... It was an embarrassment to Sammy, and I know he made it work. Because Sammy, you give anything, you give him anything, and the fans are going to be entertained by him. But, like, the guy deserved better. He deserved a lot better than he got.
Yeah. But, you know, he did, but he improved.
And he did.
Yeah.
He got what he got. He got a lot better after the fucking idiot left.
Yeah. You know, the Bloodline angle really helped him a lot, which we talked about already. He had a great IC title run, great tag title run with KO, and then obviously, you know, the storyline he's kind of doing now is pretty good, where he's almost a heel type of thing, which I think has been solid. So yeah, Sammy's been booked really. He had a great U.S. title run under the Triple H regime, and then Kevin Owens, he up until he got hurt, really turned his career around. He was a big part of the Bloodline angle with Sami
His
Zayn.
matches with Cody were fucking great. His matches with the Usos with Sammy were fucking fantastic. Their tag run was really stellar. Honestly, I wish they'd lasted a little bit longer as a team, but I understand why they had to eventually go their separate ways.
Yeah.
Because man, I mean, could you have imagined Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn versus Motor City?
Yeah. Also, too, what didn't help is
fantastic.
Yeah, what didn't help was when they were tag champs. I think both of them got hurt separately, so they had to kind of end that.
Yeah, it is what it is.
Jey Uso, this one we might disagree with.
For better or worse, was very much a success story of Triple H.
Yeah.
Took somebody that had no business being in the main event and made him a main eventer.
Yeah.
Made him a world champion, and they realized this was a bad idea.
But
eventually. They rode the momentum. They rode the yeet train.
Yeah,
all the way to where it fucking flatlined into the station.
Yeah, but still, I still think it's a success story. But
does this mean we're gonna get Roman yeeting though?
We've already gotten that, I think. So
have we?
Yeah.
Oh man, they're really a family now. If he's fucking yeeting, he's yeeting. And then, why can't Jacob Fatu yeet with them? I want Jacob to yeet with them. I want him to talk about how this is his house.
Yeah, but then and
that's
then
what I want.
But then the last one that's been a Triple H success. Actually, not the last one. I thought it was. But Rhea Ripley's.
No, we got more.
Yeah, Rhea Ripley's been a Triple H success. Kind of with the Judgment Day stuff like we talked about, but she's become the top woman in the WWE. She gets great reactions when she comes out now. I think she's over to the point where, if you ask a non-wrestling fan to name a women's wrestler, Rhea Ripley would be on the list. And yeah, she's just been really great. I think she probably would have done okay under the Vince McMahon regime, but definitely Triple H really made her the top women's wrestler and everything like that. And you just added this to the list recently, but Logan Paul, for better or for worse. I think Logan Paul, again, was also going to be fine under the Vince regime, but I think Triple H really understood that Logan Paul...
No, so this is the thing. I think this is where he wouldn't have, because he was that good.
Yeah.
I even said he was that good. I hated him then, too. And I begrudgingly felt like I had to like him because he actually took this shit seriously.
Yeah. But yeah, Logan Paul...
it don't matter now. We're going to get to why it don't matter how good he is in a minute. But, for better or worse, very much a success for Triple H.
But yeah, he turned him heel instead of keeping him a baby face, and Logan Paul's really ran with the heel gimmick. And he's paired up Logan Paul with the right people, with whether that's a Seth Rollins, whether that's, ironically enough, a Roman Reigns, an LA Knight, and he's finally made Logan Paul a full timer, which I think has helped WWE pretty well.
Not a full. Has he been a full timer though?
He's been on every week,
really?
So
he's been on every week, not wrestling every week though.
Yeah, I don't think he's wrestling every week.
How full time is he really?
I don't think he's wrestled I don't think he's wrestled since Mania, actually. No, he wrestled a six. I think he wrestled a 6-man actually after Backlash.
Oh wow, he wrestled a 6-man where he doesn't have to do much.
Yeah, so maybe not a full timer though. He has a full time contract, but not working.
Full time in name only.
Yeah. Then the recent NXT call ups. I wrote this before. The recent ones, but I'm talking about the big recent ones, like Obafemi, Javon Evans, and Trick Williams have been booked very well.
They've been stellar. I mean,
yeah.
Oba has been booked like a fucking machine. Javon Evans has been booked like a great underdog babyface. Trick Williams has just been a charisma fucking
yeah.
He's just been a charisma absorber. This guy just.
Did I ever tell you he was Trick Williams was the highlight of Like, he was the star of WrestleMania 42 Night 2. He did...
Yeah, he was huge. Yeah, I heard he got, like, major reactions.
Yeah.
The pairing, this is what I'm saying. This is why I said what I said about Travis Scott with Cena, by the way. Because look at, what's the manager's name?
Lil Yachty.
Lil Yachty. He's a celebrity, too. Big rap name in the fucking rap game. Like, legitimately, right? And this guy is huge. Huge name, Lil Yachty. Pairing him up with fucking Trick Williams as a manager and having him be like a nuisance, while it's had the opposite intended effect, has put Trick Williams over like $1 million.
And they click really well, too.
He's so over. This duo is so fucking over.
Yeah.
Like,
No, but...
they love these two.
But WrestleMania 42 Night 2, he was the star because he did the match... Then he did the Raw podcast afterwards.
He's a good wrestler, too. He's gotten really good in the ring. A lot of people are not giving Trick enough credit.
Yeah,
like,
don't listen to...
He's starting to really come into his own.
I mean, I think it's a flag, but don't listen to what Meltzer says. He's not that great in the ring. Don't listen to Meltzer when it comes to that. He doesn't really...
Oh, Meltzer's Rod. Oh, gee, what a shock. Listen, we all have our taste. It's okay. It's fine.
But let's continue.
I think Trick has been great. I'm with you. I think he's been a fantastic. He's been fantastic since he's been called up.
Obo and Trick have been like the star of the call-ups. Javon's done well. I just think he's just got the underdog story right now, but he's done. You know,
he's been doing well with the underdog deal.
Yeah,
like, that's not a slight on him. He's been really good with that.
I think it's just easier for Obo and Trick too, because Obo's got the look and Trick has the. Not that Javon doesn't have the charisma and everything like that. It's just Trick has more charisma right now, so that's.
Yeah, I think it's just with Javon, he's always gonna be like he's the best when he's an underdog. He was like that in DPW too. They booked him like that.
Yeah.
So
I think he's just he's also very young too, because he's
very young, very young.
So he's got time.
Chelsea, he's got time. He's an underdog right now.
Chelsea Green's been a success. Everything you give her turns to gold.
Yep.
Io Sky, another big success for Triple H. Is one of the top women on Raw right now and everything like that.
Shout out also to Stephanie Vaquer, also a very huge success.
Yeah.
Women's World Champion. Has been a great Latin American draw for that demographic. Like, fantastic pickup.
Which was great because, very risky because she chose WWE over AEW when she was, like, just in AEW, had an easier way to get in. And she basically, like, I wouldn't say blacklisted, but got a lot of hate for making that decision because it fucked over CMLL.
I had to educate so many people on that because it wasn't like a one-for-one thing. I think she would have signed with AEW had the fucking drama in CMLL with her and that company did not happen.
Yeah.
So. A lot of people don't realize that was a thing around that time. They just see, she was just in AEW and then got poached, but in reality, it was a lot more complicated than that. She was dealing with like abuse shit, and she had to leave CMLL as a result of that, and it was a mess. It was a complete mess that she wanted no part of anymore, and that's why she had to leave CMLL and be done with CMLL essentially. I think had none of that happened, I think she probably would have signed with AEW. So that was a happy accident for Hunter to pick her up.
Braun Breaker's been a great success basically since he went to the NXT 2.0 brand, but Triple H has really made him a success. He's like one of the top stars on Raw. And, honestly, if this injury for him hadn't happened, he probably would, really risen, but obviously he's got to get that momentum back, which I think he's very fastly getting back. So that's good for him. The pairing with Paul Heyman works really well, so... not so much the vision part, but the pairing with Heyman works itself well on his own. So
yeah, I agree.
This one we might disagree with. I think NXT post 2024 has been good.
No, I agree with you. I would say
their
tag division still sucks, but other than that,
but NXT I think is like the best WWE show. Sean's really booked that very well.
Not even close.
And it seems like, too, that's getting fucked over because they keep calling up new talent, but Sean's able to fix that very quickly because he just books new talent and just makes them look really well, so that's good.
Fucking, dude, he big, he bad, the body slam your dad.
I love it.
Will Cruz. Will Cruz.
But, he's done very well with NXT recently. He's got a great team. NXT, I think it just comes off as a great show every week, so... He's made a lot of future world champions. I think NXT has just been great. So
Yeah.
the partnerships that he's also made have been very successful. Them buying AAA ended up being a great thing. That actually, other than that might be WWE's best show of the week.
Yeah,
AAA.
actually, yeah, it would be AAA. By far, it's AAA. Like, the booking of AAA since WWE's taken over.
Yeah.
Like, make no mistake about it, and I want this on the record. Hold on. I want to get real close up to the microphone for this one. Conan's booking sucked, folks. It was awful. It was terrible. When Conan had the book for AAA, it has been shit for decades upon decades. Okay? This has been fantastic since WWE bought them.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, Conan, but I can't not be honest with my truth. This is my truth. Conan has never been a good player.
And this is like the anti-WWE guy saying all this too, by the way. Who would have hated?
I'm serious. Like this, whatever WWE's doing, it's working with AAA. All right, I don't know how long it will work, but right now it's working.
Yeah. You know, books it. You know what? Undertaker's the one booking this shit, which is fucking it's insane.
Is it really Undertaker?
Yeah, it is. Bob Calloway. Yeah. So.
Of all fucking people.
Yeah, you never would have thought.
Mr. Rise from the Dead, hokey ass fucking.
Yeah. So.
From the Dead is booking AAA.
Yeah. Yeah, he is. So.
That's, you know what?
Well, not just him, but Joey Borash and other people out too. But Undertaker's like.
Joey Borash?
Jeremy Borash. Did I say Joey?
Jeremy Borash is involved. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. No, because Okay, so that explains a lot then, because Undertaker, when you give him a good partner to bounce off of,
yeah,
it's someone knowledgeable like a Jeremy Borash who knows all about the Lucha Libre stuff.
Yeah.
And then you have Undertaker who, when he's on, he's on. I think really can be a really good creative mind when you pair him up with the right person, and it sounds like Jeremy Borash is that right person.
Honestly, it kind of good. I mean, it kind of feels like the NXT Black and Gold. It's an hour show every week on YouTube. Very easy to watch.
Yeah.
The commentary is very good. The only thing I wish is they could be there, but I don't really think they can work around that. But I wish they could be.
I mean, fuck me. Like Angel and Berto have been booked the best that they've been booked since.
Yeah.
They become a team since AAA formed. Like they became the AAA tag title champions. They've been booked really, really well over there. Like, honest to God, like they've really, like, honestly, it should just kind of be its own roster without like being on the main roster. Honestly, you should just kind of put them there and like build them up as bigger stars over time.
And then other partnerships they made that worked well up until it fell apart. The TNA one was working real well. It was getting TNA some great exposure. Got them it was probably the main thing that got them the AMC deal and everything like that. Then unfortunately the AMC premiere happened and WWE kind of doesn't really want to touch them anymore, type of thing. So, you know, because it seems like
you wouldn't want to touch them either.
Yeah, because ever since
that show sucked.
Yeah. Honestly,
can we talk? Because I don't know if I've ever talked about that on here, and I've never talked about that anywhere.
Yeah, it wasn't good.
But everybody and their mother was saying, TNA's going to do great. TNA's going to outdraw AEW. TNA this, TNA that. People who were, like, hating AEW, like, way overboard. Like, saying, it was going to fail. Man, y'all look really fucking stupid now, don't you?
Yeah, I'll admit I was one of them. I thought TNA was going to be number 2 because WWE fed them number 2, basically. So, it didn't happen.
Yeah, and then they, and then LOL TNA now. No, LOL TNA then, LOL TNA now, LOL TNA forever, LOL TNA together.
Yeah.
That's what we're at. It will never ever change.
Yeah, it's
it can never get out of its own way, even when they have had 2 companies prop them up over the years, and they've squandered both of them.
Yeah, this one is gonna be tough for them.
They can't get out of their own way.
Yeah. Because WWE was really helping TNA. They sent Trick over there as the champion, which really worked.
Yeah.
They actually were putting over TNA's towers over their own talent, too. They put Mike Santana over really huge. They put Joe Henry over really huge. And then
Well, until he got signed to the WWE.
yeah, but he wasn't signed originally. They put TNA. I mean, of all people, they picked Joe Hendry to be the one to go up against Randy at WrestleMania. They could have picked anybody else. So
They buried him then too, though, if you
Yeah.
remember, because it was like they just had him show up there to do his little thing and then get
Yeah.
RKO'd.
But unfortunately, it just all fell apart, and I don't really think it's all WWE's fault. I think TNA is mostly the one that's responsible. Because ever since the premiere, I think they did like the Knockouts tag title match, and when that match happened, it like they like showed up, and then WWE just moved on from it very quickly. They've had and like not many of the big stars show up there. I think the partnership's very much dead. The biggest evidence of that is Ariana Grace just lost the Knockouts title, and WWE didn't even mention it like when it happened. So I think the partnership's pretty much over.
Yeah, it's pretty much dead, guys.
Yeah.
Like this partnership has done more to hinder TNA, and when you really think about it too, this hindered any potential that they had to partner up with any other company now, because now they're afraid that because of their association with WWE, they're not going to touch TNA with a 10-foot pole now.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, and do we even need to mention that not only is that the dumbest fucking thing that they did, but then Carlos Silva thinking that because WWE does it and he thinks he has the cachet, is like, oh, you want to go work wrestling independents to fight other AEW talent? Yeah, no, we're gonna pull your dates.
Yeah, that didn't help him either. And then
that was bullshit. That pissed me off because I was really looking forward to the Nick Nemeth MJF match because you knew MJF was gonna fucking win that.
Yeah,
you knew he was gonna retain. Like everybody knew he was gonna retain. The novelty is what people were drawn into. Was fucking Nick Nemeth and MJF going out and having a fucking clinic, and they just stripped that away from everybody.
Yeah,
people were pissed,
and then
I'm still pissed about it.
Obviously, too, the stuff happened with Steph DeLando, her exit from the company hurt TNA a lot.
Big time.
So time. I could see WWE not wanting to touch him after that situation went down, and then but the other partnership
so much for that merger, by the way.
Yeah, and then
it's just everybody said TNA was gonna or was gonna usurp AEW, all this shit.
It didn't happen, yeah.
And then meanwhile, both companies that they said were gonna do better than AEW are both having management woes right now.
Yeah,
I find that hilarious that everybody was like so quick to just like. This is wrestling, folks. Do you not understand the pendulum swing that goes on in this industry?
Yeah, it's
happens a lot.
And then but there's been other partnerships that's been successful for WWE. The Pro Wrestling Noah one was very successful.
Until it wasn't, and they stopped with that too, by the way.
Yeah, it was, Bob. And then obviously the GCW one was pretty successful when they would send.
Still is. Oh, I like so much so. Marcus Mathers is a stud. Definitely watch out for him.
Yeah.
I'm gonna call him Starboy Charlie because fuck the name they gave him, but Starboy Charlie.
Yeah, he's good.
Gonna be a future star. His partner Titus Alexander, I believe, just got signed to an ID contract.
Yeah.
Definitely keep an eye out for him. Just in general, like a lot of the ID recruitments, Aaron Rourke has been fantastic.
Yeah.
Cappuccino Jones, Jack Cartwheel.
The Vanity Project.
Yeah, Vanity Project. Sam Holloway. He's kind of on his own now, but he's really good. There's some good talent. That has come from...
I'm pretty sure EK Prosper's been good under the ID program, which is which is Eli Knight. You can see why they made that change, because I almost just called him LA Knight there. So
Eli Knight.
Yeah, and then I think Tristan Angels was signed to an ID contract, but now I think he's NXT. I don't know what his name is now, but I'm pretty sure he was an ID contract. Laney Luck has been very good.
Yep.
The big one I missed. Oh, Sean Legacy. That's the biggest one. He was
Sean Legacy.
He was ID contract.
I've not seen a Sean Legacy match. I guess I gotta check out Sean Legacy.
Check
what
out.
a fucked up name. That's like something you would come up with as a name in like a name generator from like 2010.
Oh, the
WWE
biggest one, by the way, that's an
generator.
ID contract. Jack Cutwheel, he's an ID contract too.
Yeah, I said Jack Cartwheel.
Oh, okay. And then
Yeah.
so I was gonna now that we're talking about it, I was gonna put the ID program because I don't know what to call because I feel like there's been instances where it's been a big success, like seeing those wrestlers.
And then there have been instances where it hasn't been, like
Zeta Steel.
Zeta Steel being the biggest one.
Yeah, and then them not explaining like what the ID contract really like is either type of thing. So like
Still hasn't.
because like we don't know if they're actually signed or not type of thing. So
Yeah, but it is it's still a success. Just how successful can vary.
yeah. That Jacob Fatu has been a success. They built him up very well. They made him one of the top stars on the main roster. I will say they fumbled a little bit, obviously, in the middle, but obviously I think they recovered from that with the Drew storyline and the Roman storyline, but I think Jacob Fatu has been a success.
Sure. WWE Evolve. I still don't like it. But it has been a success. I wish they'd just give it back to fucking Gabe Sapolsky.
That's fair, but I think Evolve's been
not touch it. They never should have even bought it in the first place. They should have just funded it to continue like they were doing. But
yeah,
it is what it is.
I think it's a success. I like Evolve every week. It's a pretty easy show to watch. LFG's been a success. We've gotten to see
this one I left on here because I wanted to debate you on this one. I think it's been a failure. I think it's been one of WWE's biggest glaring fucking failures. So much so that they released a whole bunch of their talent from LFG the last 2 seasons. Bully Ray just decided to shit can all of them on Twitter. Like a fucking asshole, mind you, by the way. I'm just going to call it as I see it. He's a fucking prick for that. I don't care if that's his gimmick. Fuck you for that forever. And yeah, like, it makes it look so shitty. Why would it be a success in spite of that? Because, like, to me, it always was weird from the word jump.
This one was tough for me. I would say a success because you get to kind of see how the WWE like PC process goes down. You get to kind of see like these wrestlers from square one. So they start on LFG, and then you get to see them get trained and then get better. It's a new platform for the WWE wrestlers to go on. Although I can see the failures though because I did put it in the.
The problem is what you see as success, I see as a giant fucking failure.
Yeah. What I see is
I'm gonna be honest, and before there was an LFG, before there was a NIL program, it's always been a fucking failure.
yeah.
I want to take you back to a time before there was even a label to these, okay? Because that's what it always was. There were 3 names that came out of the NIL system, the WWE PC system, strictly, that did well in the WWE. Alexa Bliss,
Yes.
Bianca Belair, and Velveteen Dream, which, for better or worse, thank God he's gone.
Right? But not Braun Breaker. He was.
Yeah, Braun Breaker was gonna fucking succeed no matter what though because of his family lineage. But I get what you're saying. I'm talking about like people who had no prior experience in this industry. Period.
Obafemi
came in.
Obafemi.
I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right. Obafemi.
I think Trick.
So Obafemi as well.
I think Trick.
Trick maybe. So okay, 5 people. That's not a very impressive batting average, guys. Like, I'm gonna be honest. That's not an impressive one. Like, you have hundreds of these talents, and you're telling me not 50 of these people go through and make themselves a bigger name in the fucking company?
Yeah.
You're telling me you've had all of 5 people be big fucking time stars in this company from the NIL PC fucking system?
I feel like
that's a problem.
I feel like we're missing someone that was a pretty big. Well,
but there's my point though.
Yeah.
Right. Like you're missing somebody. You can't even remember them because you know you're missing them.
Yeah.
and they're obviously not leaving a big impression on you, to where it's like, oh, and if they did, maybe they got over on their own fucking merit or something, and in the indies, and they came back or something.
Yeah.
Like the point is, there's not many people that have made their name big
Yeah.
just through PC. It's always been WWE's biggest. Like, even in the height of the Black and Gold, it was their biggest issue. They couldn't get fucking Kona Reeves over, and Lord knows they fucking tried.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I would definitely say that part's a failure. What also makes LFG a failure, well, because we're on it now, they tape it way too far in advance, because most of the talent that's been there now, like, they released Trill London, and one episode about him was like him. They were worried if he was gonna like end up on the injury reserve and he wasn't gonna be a big star. And I'm like, oh wait, they just went and released him. Like that's
yeah. Well, who was the guy that like made himself like such a like
BJ Ray?
Was, like, BJ Ray. Okay, another guy like okay. Say whatever you want about him, because I don't know the guy from a hole in the wall. Right? Everybody says he was disrespectful. I think the guy is just like. He was just confident in himself, and he knew he was charisma heavy, and he knew he could get over on his own, and he did. By the way,
I think he was,
and they punished him for it.
Yeah, I think he was. I think he was welcoming everyone. That whole thing with him and Bubba was totally Bubba was in on that. You can't convince Bubba was.
It had to be. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like, but they've done nothing with the guy, and he was one of the people that he basically buried. He outright buried everybody that got released. And I'm over here like,
yeah,
this fucking guy could be money.
Yeah.
Why do you not do anything with this guy? He's got charisma, and you do nothing. You don't even try with him. You're like, oh, well, he sucked in the competition. Bye, see ya.
I also think the failure comes with LFG.
Thank you for making our reality show, more palatable for the untrained eye, I guess.
I also think the failure.
That's all they did with him.
I also think the failure with LFG, this is where the failure can definitely be, is the ones that won that didn't end up being, like, TV ready. Like, Jasper Troy won, and he was not TV ready. Yes. He was not ready to be on television.
Dude, fucking Evander Holyfield's son should have been treated with fucking kid gloves. This guy should have been. This is Evander Holyfield's son.
Yeah, so.
Why are you not fucking protecting him?
Yeah, but yeah, so, Jasper Troy, he's good now, but, like, he was not ready to be on television, like, when he was.
No. Nikita Lyons is on there now for the season, by the way.
How many times has Nikita Lyons been in, like, the NXT system for, like,
that
years?
woman will forever have a job for whatever reason. Yeah. I think she's, considering the unsavory characters that are in that company, she's obviously pulling some sort of favor, if you get my drift.
Yeah. But
like, I don't understand. I mean, maybe that's wrong to say. I don't know. I feel like I have to be careful with stuff I say now, but like,
yeah, it's
still, man. Like, how does she have a job?
I don't know.
And not to say she shouldn't have a job, right? Like, I'm sure she offers something, like, in the way. I know she's good at getting herself over on social media, so that has to be a fucking factor.
I guess,
like, actually, right? Because, like, I don't understand why else she would be kept around. And yet they fired, like, literally everybody else that was, like, offering a net positive for the company.
But whatever. Let's go through the last success, though. Danhausen's been a great success for WWE.
Very nice.
He's been a cash cow. He could go on all, like, because of his gimmick, he could go on all, like, the big... like sports shows and like just shows in general and just get eyeballs on the product. He
just taking this gimmick and rolling with it. Yeah. Like, look, I think Danhausen was always meant to be in WWE.
For sure.
He always was. I'm not saying that he couldn't have worked in AEW, but with the way everything was around that time, I think it was fucking impossible to be in that system. And especially with what he wanted to do with the Danhausen character. Like, he was limited to the partnerships that Warner had. And that wasn't branching out into, like, all these other things, right?
Yeah.
Like, going on sports shows, going on interviews. Now I think because of what Danhausen and other people like, other AEW names are doing, like, in their own way, going on to these shows. They're letting AEW talent take more of those bookings. Like MJF was just on the Ariel Helwani show recently. Like,
Yep.
Danhausen's a proof of, like, you should be using, and I've been saying that since AEW started, by the way.
Yeah, I remember
I
that.
said one of the biggest glaring issues was they weren't letting talent go to these sports broadcasts and promote their events, and having the talent to be the one to promote the events. Like, now they are doing that a lot more than they were.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of that is, you see how WWE was using some of the old and current AEW talent that's now under their umbrella, like Danhausen. You know, I'm not saying Danhausen is the only guy doing it, by the way, but he is one of the guys. So I'm glad to see that AEW's kind of turned a corner with that. And if for no other reason, I'm just happy to see Danhausen just be Danhausen on random ass sports shows.
Yeah, he's been great. I think the booking for him has been great. It's not been overexposed. You know, you see him backstage on occasion. He never wrestles, which I think is great. And when he does wrestle, he's actually good too. So like, it warrants the gimmick. So it's just not good for the wrestlers because they're cursed now, which isn't it's not great, but it's
yeah.
You realize the Miz and
it kind of
the Miz and Kent Wilson have been cursed like 7 times. It's like, wow, like twice in a match sometimes.
Yeah.
So
yeah. Well, at one point, one of the minis cursed themselves.
does that really work?
But Kit Wilson did have a mirror.
Does that actually work? Because that's like it's a mini though. Is that like half a curse?
If you don the powers of the Danhausen, you have the powers of the curse.
Yeah, I guess so. And he cursed not the Knicks, but the team. There was a team they faced.
The Knicks, yeah, I forgot.
And I think it caused the Cavaliers. I think it was this week, and they like had they lost pretty badly. So I'm just saying there might be something to this curse.
I think Danhausen might have powers of the curse. I think you need to take this man seriously. I think you got to be worried. Don't be cursed by Danhausen.
Do you ever think the curse still lasts after you're done feuding with him, or do you think he lifts the curse when you're done feuding with him?
I think eventually lifts the curse when he's done. He like gets to like some sort of voodoo dies. Like, all right, curse lifted. Here you go. I'm done. I'm bored with you now. I'm gonna go curse someone else.
But yeah, you guys have been waiting for all this negativity. We did some positive things. Now let's get to the negative. We kind of talked about this one. I was trying to take this one first. The moment Triple H's WWE fell. Obviously, we could be smartasses and say when TKO bought them, which is probably true.
Yep.
But I'm going to go with the exact moment. Again, I think the unseen one was obviously after Bad Blood. It seemed like everything fell apart. But like, if you want like a definitive moment when Triple H's WWE fell, for me, it was definitely the John Cena heel turn, unfortunately. As great as it was at the time, obviously we saw that it wasn't planned out, and then we were wondering what the hell happened, like, and unfortunately,
you could tell everything that Cena was doing, it was meant for Cody to turn heel.
Yeah, and then,
like, it's... Cena, when he turned heel, should have been a ruthless fucking, goes back to Dr. Thugonomics type thug.
Yeah.
Yeah, she doesn't necessarily have to rap or anything. You can still keep that aspect. It's like, I'm not going to give you what you want. You want me to rap? I'm not going to rap. Like, whatever. But he should have came out to, he should have had a group around him, super group around him. Should have had Chain Gang as the clique. Should have been his group. Honestly, what Seth Rollins had in the vision should have been Cena's faction.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
Fully fucking honest. And the only other person I would add to Cena's faction, along with Reed in theory, is probably Jacob Fatu.
Yeah, I can find a way to make that work.
I think that's your crew. Travis Scott, obviously, is the hype man for the whole group. I wouldn't have changed that. I would have kept him as a manager. I don't think you should just fucking give up on him because he doesn't want to fucking wrestle and he doesn't think he's ready. Don't fucking rush him, you idiots.
Yeah.
Okay, I think you keep him just in that regard because you get the eyeballs and you get the buzz. I think that if they handled it like that, we don't talk about how bad that fucking run was. But
Yeah.
because they decided, okay, we're going to just stick with what we had for Cody, just copy and paste it and put it on Cena, it didn't fucking work.
Yeah.
None of it worked. It still doesn't work.
But, you know, I feel
So,
like also the moment we knew that fell apart was because obviously then The Rock came out and said they just tried to do that because they wanted to increase the ticket sales, which I actually think the ticket sales for Elimination Chamber would have still sold out. It's just that TKO got overly worried.
it's almost like if you... let's just get this right out of the way. I don't know where this is on the list, but let's just get this out of the way. Maybe... just maybe, if TKO didn't increase their effing ticket sales, maybe they wouldn't have a reason to be so overly worried about a pay-per-view that was going to sell out anyway.
Yeah. But, you know,
just a thought.
But yeah, so but I do think this is the moment because then everything for WWE just fell apart. WrestleMania 41 ended up kind of sucking because of that.
Oh my god. Yeah, honestly, let's tackle that first.
Yeah.
That show was the shits.
Mm-hmm.
Like, top to bottom, terrible. The pacing of the ads was fucking terrible.
Yeah, everything.
The New Day being relegated to second match on the card with barely anything going for them when they just had that awesome angle with Big E.
Yep.
Yet they had nothing to show for it. They had a nothing match with the fucking War Raiders, Viking Raiders, whatever the fuck. I'm going to call them War Raiders, whatever. I don't know what they are anymore because they've changed their name so many goddamn times. That was a fucking crying shame because there was no reason why Kofi and Xavier should have been an afterthought on that card.
Yeah.
And they were. That was like the biggest sin of that. Literally, the only thing that saved this Mania was night one's main event between Roman, Rollins, and Punk. That's it.
But
I don't know anything else. So recall, I guess.
Yeah, so WrestleMania 41 ended up being a failure for WWE. That's when everything really fell apart for them. The card of night one was, not the greatest. They had Jay win the belt off Gunther by having him tap out, which was really dumb. Like you said, that War Raiders match. Naomi and Jay.
Oh yeah, that was the opener of the fucking whole Mania experience. By the way, was Jay tapping out Gunther.
Yeah, Jay and not Jay. Jade and Naomi did put on a good match. Fair enough. LA Knight and Jacob Fatu put on a good U.S. title match. Fair enough, and that was a great moment for Jacob Fatu. And then obviously everything really started to fall apart when they had it was the same night they announced they bought AAA. They had El Grande Americano beat Ray Phoenix in Ray Phoenix's first Mania match, which was just an absolute disaster.
That still to this day was the dumbest shit they could have done. And I liked the El Grande Americano gimmick, but you just brought in Ray Phoenix.
Yep.
He has never ever recovered.
No, he hasn't. And then the women's title match with Charlotte Flair and Tiffany Stratton was awful. The main event of night one ruled. Honestly, night two actually wasn't that bad. It had that great women's triple threat match with Rhea, Bianca, and Io.
Yeah, it did. Yeah, Io Sky, Rhea, and who was the other one?
Bianca, because that's where Bianca got
Bianca,
hurt.
yeah, it was really good. It was really good.
Drew and Damian Priest put on a banger. The foray for the IC title was great. The Joe Henry thing was fun, depending on your viewpoint on that. The women's tag title match with Becky coming back was fine. Unfortunately, though, it's just that the main event was the worst WrestleMania main event.
Was the fucking shits.
Yeah.
Everybody. Okay, right. This is one thing I agree on the Travis Scott debate. Everybody wanted The Rock to show up, and they got Travis Scott instead. They never, ever, ever should have played that motherfucker's music.
Yep.
They never should have had him come out and have a full entrance.
Yep.
With that fucking whatever hardcore title that they gave him.
Yep.
They just never, ever, ever should have done that.
I think too.
That was that was the stupidest. Like, you know what I equate it to, because this is how much people did not care. And by this point, they had heard fiend, fiend,
Yep.
fiend,
Yep.
fiend, fiend. They have heard that at nauseum the whole night. So when his theme started playing, crickets, bro.
Yeah.
Crickets. It was as bad as fucking August 1 warning in TNA.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
Ortiz. It was so bad. Like, watch it back. They do not react one iota of a shit. They don't care. And that is probably what soured a lot of people on Travis. And he never, ever should have been put in that fucking position,
Yeah.
bro.
I think
Like,
also...
This was booked like a smacked ass.
I think also, like, why I put WrestleMania 41 as a failure is this was, like, the show that, like, showed, okay, WWE may actually, like, be in trouble here type of thing. Like, this is, you know.
Yeah. It was all downhill from here.
Yeah.
And
No
it has
matter,
not recovered since.
because, like I said, Night 2's card's really strong, but unfortunately you can't, but it was basically...
You cannot overlook how bad that main event was. And then you coupled that with a really shit Night 1. God, this was a fucking far cry from the year previous.
Yeah. But let's go over other Triple H and, like, WWE failures and everything. Like, and again, I tried to keep
The
this...
breakup of the New Day, we've been over that at this point. We just might as well skip over that.
Yeah. I want to take this one. John Cena's retirement tour. I was looking forward to this so much. Everyone wanted, we were thinking John Cena was going to have this great send-off, and unfortunately that did not happen. I could probably name like 3 things that came out great from that tour. His Rumble appearance was fine. The Chamber and his heel turn. The AJ match. The Cody match. And honestly, maybe his last match.
With Gunther, yeah. I'd argue, yes. A lot of people hated that he just smiled at the end, but I thought it was
poetic.
I thought it was poetic, yeah.
Yeah.
Like, he knew he was done.
And then the Boston, because I was there for that one. The Boston performance he had was great.
And by the way, let's just call it what it is. What fucking retirement tour? He's got a whole tournament that's about to be happening for him right now. He hasn't been gone for less than like 3 months.
Yeah.
You know why? Because they need to sell tickets, because they can't justify how much they're fucking upcharging these prices.
Yeah.
So they have to put Cena in there.
No, but yeah, the retirement tour, though,
he can't even properly retire even after he's retired.
Yeah. No, but the retirement tour for John Cena came off very poorly. They only gave him 36 dates when he wanted to do the full 250.
This is the issue too, and they should have convinced him of this. And I think this is really where it boils down to. First of all, they should have let him do the 250 if they wanted to do the 250. They were stupid not to do that.
If not,
number two, and by the way, if they did not want to give him the full 250, there's bigger financial problems than they're lading on.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
If not 250, at least 100. He should have been in the hundreds somewhere.
Yeah, at least compromise somehow. Like, and again, they shouldn't have limited him to a year. They should have convinced him retire next year, not this year, because you could have stretched that heel run out for at least 1.5 years and then turn him back, baby.
Yeah. Also, too, what do you know?
But I don't know.
Yeah. Also, most of his appearances were promos. He didn't wrestle enough, which, that could have been fine. But again, and then obviously the heel run ruined it. It affected his matches. And then, he didn't really wrestle anybody new that we wanted to see him wrestle in the retirement tour.
Nope.
And then
it was John Cena's greatest hits.
Yeah. And I feel bad for the guy too, because honestly, I mean, I hate to say this.
Can we talk about how they won't pull fucking rank and just they won't let him pull rank anymore and just like call in a goddamn favor and have Edge come back for one more match even though that's clearly something that both of them wanted to do.
Yeah, that's a big
because
one.
their stupid bullshit rivalry with AEW is still plaguing the fucking decision process of that goddamn company.
Yeah.
Can we talk about that real quick? How you can't even allow your biggest cash cow that has been there for like the last God knows how many years since Stone Cold. You won't let him get a fucking one more match with fucking Edge, his arguably greatest rival? Are you shitting me?
And then, I don't even think he was picking his opponents,
No. It was literally, it was Orton, it was Punk, it was Cody. I don't know. I don't remember anything else.
Dom was his last PLE match, which I thought was a joke. His last PLE match was a fucking joke, I thought.
Yeah.
Which was a shame.
I agree.
A lot of people were mad about the last match. I was more pissed about his last PLE performance. I was like, okay, this was all like fine enough as it is, but this is his last PLE, and it was more about the Judgment Day stuff than like him. It's like, what, can we not like spend time on him?
I mean, that's how much they fucking screwed the pooch on this, and it's not even the first time they screwed the pooch on a retirement. By the way, do we even need to go on the whole Goldberg thing?
Yeah. I feel like what made this retirement worse was we all wanted it to be good, and I think WWE I think WWE screwing this up hurt the fans a lot. It really ruined the faith in WWE. Yeah. It's to the point Triple H gets booed now every time he shows up on television now and everything like that. That's how badly they screwed this up.
And the thing is, and I will say this much, Triple H should be booed. I agree with this. He should be booed. If you're gonna boo him, boo The Rock too. Boo The Rock the same fucking way.
Yeah, he deserves it.
They're both just as guilty as the fucking other. Their bullshit, petty squabble that they've had with each other has gotten in the fucking way of this company for the last goddamn time. Yeah. This is why I will never tune in. This is why I say politics ruin wrestling.
Yeah.
This is the fucking prime example of it. And again, Ari Emanuel's right up there with them. The fucking nonsensical bullshit Vince Camp that's still there is probably influencing decisions. All the goddamn chess pieces that are currently plaguing that company need to go.
Yeah. I feel like, too, why it sucks...
TKO is included in that, by the way.
Yeah. I feel like, too, why it sucks John Cena's retirement was at the end. This is what I wanted to say earlier. It got to a point where... when it was about to be over, I think everyone just wanted it over because, like, it was just ruining Cena's legacy. We couldn't even enjoy, like, his last one. It was like, okay, we need... They fumbled this so bad, we just want it over for the guy type of thing. And unfortunately, they...
Put him out of his fucking misery.
And they took advantage of John Cena's, like, hospitality and just being nice because... Anybody else they did this to, when they go on an interview, they would have fucking destroyed this company for how they handled his retirement tour. But John Cena's...
Goldberg did.
Yeah.
Goldberg did. And the only reason why people just brushed it off was because, well, he injured Brett once, even though he didn't, by the way. If you really look into that history, he really didn't. And at some point, he, what was it? Like... Oh, yeah, Goldberg was, he buried a lot of our favorites. I'm like, yeah, no shit. Who booked him to fucking bury your favorite? Vince did.
Yeah.
Is that really Goldberg's fault? I still make that argument.
Yeah.
So.
Other things that have been, a bad thing for Triple H is Julia. Once she got to the main roster, oh my gosh, she's been booked terribly.
Bro, talk about taking the drive out of someone who loved this industry so much and just completely sucking a drive from their soul.
Julia,
they should just release her and let her go back to fucking Stardom at this point.
Julia's been booked really badly. They turned her heel in NXT, and then they called her up abruptly, so she couldn't even finish that story.
Yeah, she couldn't even finish the story because they were like, they thought they had two great women, and they did, by the way. I'm not even saying they didn't. But, like, they could only focus on one because their team was so shit. They didn't have two different writing teams for both shows.
Yep.
So when Julia won the U.S. title eventually on SmackDown, they did nothing with it.
Yeah.
They didn't even turn Chelsea face, which would have been the natural progression, by the way. They just, like, had her win the belt back in a nothing fucking burger.
Well, to be fair, Chelsea did get hurt, so maybe that was why, but still.
Yeah. You had a fucking huge talented roster still in the women's division, and again, just doesn't mean shit.
Yeah.
Hire a woman that knows what the hell they're doing and knows how to book women.
Yeah.
I swear to God, we've waited long enough and nothing has improved on that one. In 2 different regimes, mind you. We had a glimmer of hope before TKO just fucked everything up, and now it's been downhill ever since.
Then we have LA Knight. Okay, so I will say for LA Knight, I've always praised this. If it wasn't for Triple H, LA Knight probably was going to get released, because I don't know if you remember, Vince pulled him off television, and he was going to release LA Knight, but then, and LA Knight even said he was waiting for the call for that, but then Triple H called and says, no, you're not released. But still, WWE has done him no favors. They've booked him in the Money in the Bank match, I think, every year that he should have won, and they haven't had him win it. The first year, from what I hear, was obviously because Triple H and Vince couldn't agree on a winner. Triple H wanted LA Knight, which I don't even know if that's true now with how he's been booking LA Knight. And Vince wanted Logan Paul, so they bet...
Is it him booking LA Knight like this, or is it fucking the Vince camp and the TKO camp that
but
don't
still,
like him?
LA Knight's been booked pretty terribly. He's so over with the crowd. Everyone wants to see this guy get pushed. And
this is what happens, by the way, when you got too many goddamn cooks in the kitchen.
Yeah.
And some people are just nefarious with what they want as well.
But yeah,
like,
LA Knight...
this is the big thing. It's like LA Knight should have been, and I still think should be, one of the champions at this goddamn current juncture.
Yeah, for sure.
If nothing else, if you can't even give him that, why he is not IC champion right now is beyond me. Why he is not a tag team champion with somebody, and you're giving him nothing to do except for floating around in like weird, meaningless programs, but they're trying to make meaning of it, is beyond me.
Yeah.
I don't get how you fucked this guy up so bad. So much so that the only thing you could tout about the guy is what he said on Unreal, which made the company look so much fucking worse than it already was.
Yeah. And then I put this in one category, the Women's United States and Women's Tag divisions. I'd even say the Men's Tag divisions ever since Triple H just took over.
Just the tag team divisions, period. The Women's U.S. title division, shit. Everything in those divisions needs a complete fucking overhaul. This is garbage the way it's been booked.
Yeah.
Garbage. And I mean every word I say about that. I do not apologize for it. They need new booking committees for these specific divisions, and they need to not fuck with these divisions.
Yeah.
If it gets over, you better fucking put them on the pay-per-view and stop shortchanging your fucking events to just fit your, I like 4 or 5 matches per PLE.
Yeah.
It doesn't work. It never has worked. Stop doing it.
No, but yeah, the Women's U.S. title and tag divisions have been bad. The Women's U.S., since it started, I think they had a good thing going with Chelsea, and then Julia won the belt, and then it's all been downhill from there.
Yep.
The men's tag divisions, I think ever since they split them up at WrestleMania 40, it's been downhill. Finn Balor and JD McDonough had 2 tag title reigns when they never defended them.
Let's just say the women's division too entirely, because I don't care if they have good big women in the women's division. Let's talk about the glaring elephant in the room of Mania this year. The women are getting shortchanged again, big time,
for sure.
Dude, Julia and Liv was heated rivalry going in. I was actually
Stephanie and Liv.
Sorry, Stephanie and Liv. Stephanie and Liv was heated going into Mania. I was so looking forward to this matchup. And they fucking end it right as they're about to get going. And they do the stupid Judgment Day interview. And I'm like, why?
Yeah.
Dude, the 2 women look like they wanted to kill each other. Why do you have to cut it off at the fucking knees? At least let them get to the 20-minute mark before you do the Judgment Day run-in.
Yeah.
What the fuck are we doing?
But yeah, the men's tag divisions have been pretty bad. They didn't even make Mania. There was no tag title match for the men's at Mania this year. Of course
there wasn't.
Yeah, so... And like last year, I don't know if you remember...
everybody wonders why the New Day and the Motor City were released. Why? Oh, I wonder. Oh, because they don't care about tag team wrestling.
Yeah.
I hope to fuck the New Day under whatever name they're going to go under, and the Motor City go to AEW. Yeah. I hope they fucking go there and stick it to the Fed. I really do.
For sure.
Because there is no reason why, especially like the New Day, who have given so many years of service to that company, and that's how you fucking treat them? You force their hand that they just asked for their fucking release?
Yeah.
Are you shitting me?
But yeah, let's go. This one's been fixed, so we won't spend too long on it. NXT pre-2024 was really bad.
We already been over that.
Yeah, so I did put this one in the force of Liv Morgan. I feel like sometimes it feels like she's forced on the main roster.
Sure.
You know,
I feel like everybody. I feel like it depends on the person, right? Because
yeah,
I feel like people feel that way about Rhea. I feel that people feel that way about Jade. I felt that there was some people who felt that way about Tiffany Stratton.
yeah.
Like,
So,
to me, it was like, it really depends on the person. I just throw my hands up in the air. It's like,
whatever.
I like Liv. I actually think she's been really, really well booked.
That's fair.
So I actually disagree with this. I don't think she's forced. I think people. I'll tell you what was forced. The Cena heel turn. That was forced.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
His reasoning was super forced. Liv Morgan, nah, not really. Her motivations are clear enough to where it doesn't feel like a force.
Yeah.
You know why she's on TV. You know that she is full of herself character-wise. It makes sense.
Do you ever hear the joke sometimes?
It's not really a force.
Yeah.
What's the joke? What's the joke?
Sometimes people think that, like, she's getting pushed so well because Liv Morgan might have something on Triple H, like maybe there's some DMs being slid in and all that type of stuff, which is hilarious, I think.
Unfortunately, with the savory tree that he has decided to put himself in, Vince, it wouldn't surprise me, unfortunately. Yeah. But no, speculation.
But yeah, so I also put this on the list. Maybe you'll debate me on this one. I would say War Games, with not really the matches themselves, but the structure of it. I think like it's just gotten kind of annoying and a little stale at this point. Survivor Series every year.
Well, it always has been with the fucking
the
open floor, the open roof of the cage when it's actually supposed to be an enclosed cage.
But I think
that's what War Games was.
I think also it's affected the booking of Survivor Series every year. It's just booked, they're gonna put the teams together for War Games.
I have no issue with the idea of War Games. I have an issue with that they think they need to have 2 War Games every year.
They don't even need to have...
I don't think it works because you need... For me, it's like...
Yeah.
I forget. I think it was JJ when I was a part of SRS. And he mentioned this, and I agree with it. I think you'd be better off just doing a whole Survivor Series theme night, right? Like, you could have, like, a Deadly Game tournament to build up for, like, the IC title or something. And, like, the semifinals and the finals can take place on the event. You could have your Brand Supremacy traditional Survivor Series match. Yeah. You could have, like, there was like another match that like
the 5 on
a buried alive match.
Yeah.
Like
casket match.
Survivor type stipulations, and then have the War Games at the end of the night. Like kind of book it like Lockdown had a match inside a cage every match or whatever. But instead of that, it's like okay, Survivor Series, Survivor type matches, and actually book it better. Because then it's like, okay, this is very much a gimmick pay-per-view, and this is what makes it stand out compared to all the other pay-per-views.
Yeah, I think what doesn't help the War Games themselves.
That's me. That's how I'd solve that issue.
Yeah.
I think if you do it that way and keep it to 1 War Games a night, or 1 War Games and not 2 for that event, I think it would just be better. And I think they do need to improve the structure somehow. I don't know how you do it, but... I just take the lockdown method at this point. They're not fucking using it.
Yeah. Also, I think... Well, now they are. They're going to use it this year, actually. But,
Oh! Okay, so they are taking the lockdown method. Got it.
Well, not that... No, TNA is, I'm saying. Like, TNA is doing lockdown.
What? Oh, they're doing lockdown. Never mind.
Yeah. But also, I also think the issue with War Games is, the booking's about the same every year. They get a 5-on-5 team. And then, like, the faces, it's like a struggle for them to get a team together every year, so they need to change that. Also, too, you don't... Like I said, we don't need to do a War Games every year. You could also do every other year, maybe. Like, maybe one year it's the traditional 5-on-5, if you want to go that way. One year is the Deadly Games. I just think a lot of people are just kind of sick of War Games. We've, like, seen it every year. I think because, again, you'll also see it twice in the same night type of thing, so.
I think you just need to put all the gimmicks that you've had over the years in Survivor Series and, like,
That'd be cool, yeah.
I
Iron Survivor Challenge, that could go in
the
Survivor Series.
Like, bring back the ambulance match, like the one Kane and Shane had. Bring back the
cool.
Buried Alive match, which is the one Taker and Vince had. Do a program for that. Do a brand supremacy thing.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Do something like do a Deadly Game semifinals and final for like an IC title. And then if you're going to have War Games, have it be the only War Games.
Yeah.
That way you don't have, that way you can have the other women's match be like traditional Survivor Series or whatnot.
Yeah.
That's how I would do it personally. But
yeah. The Crown Jewel Championships haven't been booked very well either.
Nope.
This was a good concept by Triple H and everything like that. The two champions face off.
Until they fucked up the first one.
Yeah. But,
And had Cody beat Gunther, which was stupid, and I still stand by that. It was dumb.
But, you had a lot of dumb moments out of it. I don't mind the idea of, like, having the main champions face off, but then it was for this. It's also
how do you protect your champion? That's another thing. You can't.
And then, the Liv Morgan Nia Jax match was bad, and then, like you said, we got Cody versus Gunther earlier than we should have. And then, Gunther, they had to protect them way out of it, and Gunther had to take a loss. And then the second year was even worse because the Stephanie Flair Tiffany Stratton match came off well, but then Seth got his injury, and that wouldn't have even happened if they didn't book that match.
Had they not booked the match, yep. Although, to be fair, I mean, you can only book... Here's the problem, though, with Rollins. You can only put so much blame on WWE for so long.
Yeah.
Why did he tweak his fucking knee again? Because he did a goddamn flip.
No, it was a shoulder. He did the diving headbutt, and it was a shoulder.
Oh, I'm sorry. He did the diving headbutt. Okay. He cannot go the same style he used to go anymore. When is he gonna fucking learn? Dude, this guy was trying to do Will Ospreay shit at Backlash not too long ago.
Yeah, it didn't come off.
And he almost fucking tweaked his knee there.
Yeah. So...
Stop doing this shit. You can't do it anymore. Slow it the fuck down. I've been saying that since Cody came back and he almost fucked his whole shit up with the fucking buckle bomb on the barricade.
Yeah.
That shit still pissed me off. Because Cody could have legit had a career-ending injury if that went any other way. He was like milliseconds from having a broken neck in that one match. That's what I'm saying. Like, just slow it the fuck down, Seth.
Yeah. But I also think, too, like, we've got... it's also caused storylines to get halted because of the Crown Jewel titles. Like, CM Punk and Seth had to stop their storyline because they had to do this match. Randy Orton and... Cody and KO couldn't do their storyline because they had to do this match. Rio and Liv's storyline the first year they did it had to get halted. Tiffany and Nia's storyline...
You know what it is? The Crown Jewel Championship. If they did it with, like, mid-card championships...
Yeah, for sure.
This would be a perfect Survivor Series concept.
Yeah. Also, too...
But not for the world titles.
Yeah.
No.
It's also become like the Raw and SmackDown, Raw versus SmackDown versus Survivor. They do the Crown Jewel Championships. You hear about it for 2 weeks, and then you never hear about them until the next year.
Yeah,
so
it's so fucking... Yeah, it makes no sense.
So I think that's been like a failure.
Oh, God, let's talk about this Scotsman. Why... Like, how... Have you made this man, Drew McIntyre, so bullshit that he is willing to walk away from a multi-million-dollar contract he got gifted from the fucking Rock?
Yeah.
How do you fucking manage to piss him off that fucking bad that he's thinking of jumping ship like this?
Yeah. Drew McIntyre...
I'm so pissed at how they fucking just dropped the ball with him. They've been dropping the ball with him since 41.
Yeah. I think
maybe even before that.
Yeah. When Triple H initially took, like you said, he didn't win the belt at Clash of the Castle 2022. He was kind of toiling for a while. He went away for a while. He re-signed. He did the thing with Gunther, which was fun. He had a great heel turn, had a great feud with Punk. I think after the Punk feud is where things fell off. He was supposed to be he was supposed to be like the Bloodline hunter, going after the Bloodline. They dropped that randomly for no reason.
Yeah.
And then the Mania 41.
That was so dumb. That was so dumb because I remember there was a whole thing with that where he was talking to Solo at one point because Punk had joined the Bloodline, and he's like, I hate your fucking guts, but I'm going to give you advice. Right?
Yeah.
And he's like, don't take my advice for granted. If it works, you owe me one. It never worked. And they never followed up on it. They didn't have Solo send Jacob to fight McIntyre. In fact, it took them a whole year after that to finally have McIntyre and Jacob fight this year at Mania.
And it wasn't even about any of that type of thing. So
And it wasn't even a part of any of that. They just new storyline, doesn't even bring up the old shit. None of it. They
and then
conveniently forgot.
And then Drew, after the Punk feud ended and after the Blood Hunt and Bounty Hunter stuff, he was in a match with Priest at Mania 41, which really didn't make much sense. It came off great. Then he took some time off. He was a part of the Jelly Roll Randy Orton fiasco. He feuded with Cody. They never put the belt on him when they should. Yeah. They never put the belt on him when they should have. They did put the belt on him finally on SmackDown, but it was too late at that point. And
yeah. Oh my God. Okay, hold on. Before you even continue with that, let me just fix my lighting because I realized there's too much glare.
But yeah,
we have to talk about this. This fucking guy was so over when he won that title.
Yeah, he was.
So over.
Yeah.
And how did this not become a fucking triple threat between him, Orton, and Cody?
Yeah, I don't know.
Why wasn't he in there? Why wasn't he there?
Yeah, it's just...
He was the most over fucking guy between the three of them, and you do nothing with him. You put him in a fucking meaningless program with Jacob, and I love Jacob. Don't get me wrong, but that's not where McIntyre needed to be. He deserved to be in that championship spot, and he needed to win the belt back.
Yeah.
That was their out. That was their out of that whole fiasco with Randy and Cody.
Yep.
It was fucking McIntyre, because he was stuck in the middle of all of it. Just give him the fucking Mania moment. We've been asking for since Mania fucking 36, you douchebags.
It's bad, yeah.
Why is it so difficult? Why is it so hard?
Yeah, he got robbed, so... But yeah, I think they got lucky with Drew because he's so good in the ring and so good in the promos that, like, they just can't ignore and at least put him in the top spots, but they definitely haven't done Drew any, like, favors.
No, it's like they're punishing him because he's getting so over.
Yeah, so...
It's like, it's maddening. They can't... They still have that Vinceism about them, and whether it's TKO doing it, or the old Vince camp that's still there doing it, or The Rock doing some of this, or Triple H, or whatever squabble's going on between the two, they just can't get out of their own way when it comes to their fucking talent.
Yeah, and then...
they can't do it. They can't do it. I don't understand it.
And then, I put this one as kind of a failure, like the breakup of the Judgment Day, just because they're telling this storyline at, like, a snail's pace. And I think half of it has to do with the fact that, like, I think Dom got hurt at one point, so they really slowed it down. But still, like, I feel like, too, the Judgment Day breaking up has just been a constant thing ever since they started. They really need to, like, cool off with that.
Either piss or get off the fucking pod already with it, yeah.
Yeah, so... But we kind of talked about that.
Although, to be fair, this is why I say it's like not every group that breaks up needs to necessarily break up entirely, because they should, like, there's always that one bad egg, right? Get rid of the bad egg, you can continue the group as it is. That's what the Bullet Club did for years. So that's kind of why I related them to the Bullet Club in that sense, in that regard. That's why I think it's fine.
I will say, though, the most egregious...
Yeah, they need to cool it. They need to cool it, especially now. I don't know why they're still teasing it.
I feel like, too, the biggest egregious one was Finn. Finn should have left the group earlier than he did. It took way too long.
Way too long. By the way, if you remember when he was originally going to leave the group, he was going to usurp. He was going to fucking kick Dominic out.
Yeah,
And they
that
were
would
gonna
have been
turn him
great.
babyface. They would have turned him babyface, and then they went the opposite for some fucking reason.
Yeah. Well, because
I'm gonna be on, and I'm gonna be honest. I think that's a long-term low-key mistake. I don't. I
yeah, it
think they
might
should have
be.
gone inverted with it. I think they should have had Finn Balor and the rest of them beat the shit out of
Yeah,
Dominic
I think
for all
so.
the transgressions,
Yeah.
all the using and abusing of like Raquel and Roxanne and fucking Liv especially.
Yeah, it would
Like
work
they
well.
should have. They had it written in stone, and then he could have like reflected, and then he could have done that cool little thing with his dad, where he's
Yeah,
like,
I think so. Yeah.
"You really are just like your adopted father," or something like that. Just kind of hint at it a little bit. It's like, you gotta slow it down, bro. I've been trying to. You've seen where it gets you now.
Yeah, that would have been
But you
great.
kill my son. Like, you could have done that, and it could have been a nice, natural like thing that could have been really well told. Instead, you went the easy route for whatever reason, and just like, we'll keep Dominic as a fucking heel and
Yeah.
make Finn the babyface, even though it makes no sense because he was the one manipulating them to want to turn on Dom at one point in the first
It was
place.
weird. Yeah.
Like that again,
And the whole
people
reason, like,
conveniently forget that.
Yeah, the whole reason Roxanne was brought in was to force Liv out type of thing, and now,
Yeah.
so, um,
So what the fuck?
Yeah.
That's. I think there's some cracks even starting to show with that. I
Yeah.
mean, this goes without saying, but the way they fucking treated Karrion Kross and Scarlett.
yep.
I mean,
Dude got wheeled over. He was the most over thing on the show. He was cutting great promos. He was doing some great stuff, like with characters. He essentially caused the breakup of the New Day.
the most WWE guy ever. How do you fuck that up?
Yeah.
How do you fuck it up?
I mean, to be fair, in the beginning, I don't think he translated too well to the main roster. It was probably a better NXT gimmick, but then and then it finally worked, and they should have capitalized on it when it finally worked. So,
Well, here's the thing. I mean, they already. I understand he was fighting an uphill battle after they gave him that stupid goddamn BDSM mask. Don't get me twisted. It was going to be a hard build, but the fact is, he did bounce back from it.
yeah, he did.
And it's like they had no fucking plans for him.
Yeah.
I think there's legit heat too, right? Because that promo he cut after Mania was real.
Oh, for
That
sure.
was a real promo.
The one on the
Like that was shit.
the one on the
That was a full on shoot.
the one on the podcast you're talking about.
Yeah, no, the post show or whatever the fuck, yeah.
Yeah. So.
And he said that was 100% real. So
Yep.
yeah, he's not. I think that's what sealed his deal. I think he knew he was burning that bridge then.
Yeah. And he was basically on the way out.
I think Scarlett tried to stop him, and then Scarlett was like, "No, you know what? I understand at this point. I'm fucking sick of it here too."
And then
It's just the fact that this guy got fucked over so badly.
yeah.
I mean, good on him for making it work on the Indies. He's the MLW champion now, and I'm sure he's going to do more in the Indies as time goes on. But I think this guy should have been way better used because, like WWE, the problem is AEW has no place for him. I don't think, and that's not to say I don't think he could find a way to make it work. Where are you going to fucking fit him in such a stacked roster that talented? With so much going on right now in the world title scene, even in the mid-card title scene, it's going to be difficult. Like, the only place I could see him realistically is, like, leading the Wyatt Six if they join up with them and do, like, some spooky pervert thing.
Yeah.
And even then, like, I see that getting relegated to Ring of Honor real quick.
Yeah.
Like, everybody's saying TNA, probably. That's probably where he's going to go.
But he's
And I don't know if he even wants to go there because I know there was issues between him and TNA in the past.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say, yeah. But yeah, it's unfortunate for Karrion Kross. He really got fucked over. He got himself real over. He was doing some really interesting stuff with like Sami Zayn and stuff too, and it just got really fucked up. And then like you said, Wyatt Six, that started off with a lot of promise, and then it just fizzled out very quickly.
Yep.
And
that hurts my soul. How do you still book Bray Wyatt like shit after he's passed on?
Yeah, it's bad.
How do you do that? Like, yeah, I don't even want to get like because that actually infuriates me. I don't even want to talk.
This one's weird. Randy Orton. Ever since he's come back, he hasn't felt the same. Maybe some of it is his age, but like Triple H has done no favors to Randy Orton. He came back and was immediate.
It's so weird because like even during the Authority, I feel like during the Authority and Evolution and like. Granted, there was that time he buried him, but it was I think it was for his own good. He was kind of protecting him there.
I don't know though.
Everything he ever did before this, he always protected Orton very well.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on,
in
but
some way or another. But this is he's either he or TKO or whatever the bullshit going on in the management is fucking Orton up something fierce.
Yeah,
like. It's like he's a heel, but he's not really a heel.
But I'm saying, but not even then though. Like Randy Orton would always be like around. He's taking a lot of breaks.
The voice in his fuking head was Pat McAfee.
Yeah, we'll get to that, but yeah, Randy Orton somehow got fucked over in all of this.
Yeah.
And then I put the taping schedule of LFG and Evolve just because they taped that shit way too far in advance because you know, sometimes when you see an episode of Evolve, most of the wrestlers have been like released, and the same thing with LFG. So it's like, I guess the LFG one is tough because like they really want to edit that to make it like a reality show, and I guess you can't edit that all within a month. But like Evolve one, I don't really think you have many excuses for. That should be taped like every other week or something like that type of thing. So, but yeah, let's talk about annoying Triple H booking methods. I kind of wanted to put this because they're really starting to show themselves on the show. We'll kind of run through these pretty quickly. So this one now we can kind of go back to long-term booking. So I put this in the parentheses, and by that I mean way too long-term and limited in how to course correct to ride away from momentum when a certain star's over.
Yep.
We're starting to see a lot of stories.
Like that's a huge problem with them. Is that. And this is exactly what happened in LA Knight. This is what happened with McIntyre.
Yeah.
God knows how many other countless things have happened.
I think I have
AEW legitimately right now has the opposite of this problem.
Yeah.
Like, Darby Allin has been super over, and they put the title on him because they've realized there's a good story beat potential there of MJF losing the title. What happens when a person who's worked so long for so long gets the belt back, and then he loses it to the guy he saw as less than for so long.
Yeah.
Like, that was a huge thing. And then, you know, same thing with, like, you know, and this happens, like, right after he beats Kenny, and he beats Hangman, and makes sure he can't ever challenge for the title again.
Yeah.
All the shit. The fact that they booked it so unpredictably, and then you look at the other side, it's like... Huh?
Yeah. I think it's some examples.
You got this guy white hot. You're not doing a fucking thing with him in the main event?
Yeah.
Are you serious?
I think some examples I have of this too is
He'll do everything to fucking do it for Jey Uso, by the way, but not for LA Knight or Drew McIntyre. Just thought I'd throw that one out there.
Yeah.
Throw that nugget out there.
But no, some examples of this, like they booked the Seth Rollins CM Punk storyline way too long last year. That storyline should have ended long time ago, but they just kept it going to the point where Seth got hurt. They had to go babyface, and they can't even finish that story now.
Yep.
And you know it didn't have to go that long. They did this stupid Seth knee injury in between that, you know that was but yeah, other long-term things. I think, you know, the Judgment Day breakup. It took a long time for them to get Finn out of the group. The Cody Drew McIntyre storyline went too long. Even a little example, like when they want someone to have like a long title reign, you know they're gonna have a long title reign. So when they have a title match like on a random show, you know they're not gonna lose the championship. You don't really get invested into that title match because it's like, well, they're not gonna lose the belt type of thing. They've gotten better at that, I'll admit, because now they're doing a lot more title changes nowadays and everything like that. But,
but like,
you know,
even that, it's just been insane. Like,
yeah, and also just makes it I feel like too, because then Triple H just tells everything at a snail's pace. Like for
You don't
example,
need to long-term book for the sake of long-term booking. You can short-term book some shit.
yeah.
You
And
know
I
what
feel
I mean?
like
Like,
I
you
feel like
need to have a balance.
yeah.
There's a balance that needs to be had.
That's a
And
way.
like, I feel like he's so stuck on the long term that he's so tunnel visioned.
Yeah, I feel like other things like they want to put Maxine Dupree in the Vision, so like he's been showing her backstage, and it's like Eddie's been doing that for weeks. Then
Oh God, I forgot. Honestly, I completely forgot that was even a thing until you brought it up.
I'm trying to think of like other like long. The MFT's Tama Tonga's supposed to break out of that. They'll tell him that like in a snail's pace.
Yeah. Oh, the Oscar thing, the Oscar
that's
Io Kyrie thing. That's the most egregious one, and they couldn't even finish that before
Kyrie got released.
Oscar and Kyrie were like, "I want to go back home."
Yeah, and honestly,
And then
Triple
they
H,
released Kyrie out of spite, and that pissed Oscar off to the point where she's fucking off.
yeah, and
I don't
that
care what
didn't.
you tell me. That's why she left, probably.
Yeah, and none of that would have happened if Triple H just told the story earlier and everything like that type of thing. So
Yeah, I mean, and then this fucking Maxine thing. I completely forgot that was a thing until you.
And then AJ Lee and Becky Lynch. Yeah, AJ Lee.
Yeah, that's been going on way too long too. That's been going on since she's returned.
Yeah, I mean it's over now.
AJ Lee should have been fighting so many other talents.
Yes.
And you've done nothing except her and Becky every fucking time. I'm so bullshit about that.
Yeah, and I think it's just affected other storylines, like you said. But then when somebody gets red hot, they're not going to get the title or anything like that. The Cody Drew thing went on for a while, and Cody just kept beating Drew, so the story was already over. Honestly, I would make the argument the Finn Judgment Day thing part of it should be over, because Finn beat him as the Demon at WrestleMania. Where do you go from that? You don't go anywhere from that.
I don't.
It's like
feels like they're just doing a rehash of every fucking story lately.
Oh, I have that in a list too. That's on the list too.
Yeah, there you go. And then we also have Lawn Heel Beatdown. Speaking of Lawn, Jesus Christ.
So this one, in the beginning, it was fine. I get heels have to get heat, but this one, what makes this bad is they're just all over the show sometimes, and they just go on for like ever. And I get it's to make the babyface like earn it, when he gets his revenge. But honestly, I think what makes that worse is sometimes when the babyface gets his revenge, that doesn't even last that long. The heat beatdowns like last forever, and like
exactly
they're on the show every week.
It's too much.
Too much.
It's too much.
I'm pretty sure, it was the Raw.
Less is more. Less is more.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure, too, it was the Raw after Australia, Crown Jewel. There was, three Lawn Heat beatdown, angles and all that type of stuff.
That's a good way to suck the energy out of a room.
Yeah. Rehashing storylines. We kind of covered that one already. They've done. I think an egregious example is they've told a storyline with the bloodline of one of them breaking out 4 times. So they're doing a storyline where Charlotte Flair and Rhea Ripley can't get along when they already did that storyline back at War Games and they worked together fine. So that's a big. Not pivoting when necessary. I don't really think we need to cover that. We've kind of gone over that already.
We already did that. Yep.
Not striking
while the iron is hot kind of goes with not pivoting when necessary, so we already covered that.
Yeah, only booking 6 matches on the PLE. I feel like we've been covering that one a lot.
Yep.
Insulting the internet fans. Triple H, has been
That's been a problem since the Authority. It's still plaguing this company. Again, Vinceisms everywhere.
And Triple H is really doing this now. Now he won't listen to the online fans. Some of it's fair enough, the online fans can be annoying, but you can't completely ignore them either. They're all an audience.
Everybody has access to a phone or a computer, therefore everybody's an internet fan.
Yeah.
Just embrace the horror, Triple H.
Not enough snappiness back in the day from segment to segment. I think you put this one in there, so maybe you can...
Yeah, I did put this one in here. So essentially, with the ad placements, and I mentioned this in the ad thing, but I'll just kind of briefly go over it again here. Remember back in the day when they had advertisements on weekly shows and on even pay-per-views, and it was relegated to a few segments of WWE is brought to you by this, and this, right?
Yeah.
Big examples when JR would freak out and do a JR call about Skittles.
Yes.
Oh, I love some Skittles, shit like that. The boot of the night, SmackDown boot of the night, with the fucking Tims and shit.
Yeah, that was funny.
That was funny.
The Slim Jims ads.
Yeah, the Slim Jim ads, all shit like that. It used to be more palatable than it is now. On top of that, not only with that, but like the segments, like the booking of the segments. I don't know why. They're two different things that I'm talking about here, but like when they were snappy with the ad placements and promoting the product, it was quick. It wasn't offensive. They got out of there with it. And then they would go on to the storyline and the matchup.
Yeah.
They would also like they didn't go with long beatdowns. They did strike while the iron was hot back in the day, especially in the Attitude Era. They would be snappy with it. I'm not saying you have every fucking match be like fucking 4 minutes like it used to be in the Attitude Era. That was just fucking egregious. But like healthy balance, like SmackDown 6 era, Ruthless Aggression. That was like the best example of this working. Was when you did that snappy type booking and the snappy ad placements and everything felt quick. I feel like WWE desperately needs to go back to that.
Yeah, for sure. And then this one I definitely agree with you. No ever put into SmackDown because the butthurt Fox canceled them. I agree with this. Yeah. The biggest
they punish SmackDown and they punish their they punish their roster and they punish the audience still watching this fucking shit show.
Yeah,
because they don't have their their Fox deal anymore. That's all it is.
Yeah, I think the biggest example of that,
petty as fuck.
The biggest example of that is they've completely moved Roman to Raw. He only does Raw now. He doesn't do SmackDown anymore. So
yep, they clearly stopped giving a fuck about SmackDown.
So let's talk about.
I mean, Cody is the champion of SmackDown, technically speaking, and he doesn't even show up on SmackDown all that often.
Yeah.
He shows up on Raw more than he does fucking SmackDown.
I mean, another example, like, all the titles on Raw feel like they're the top belts and not really SmackDown, so, like, the world title's the top belt of the world title,
yep.
The women's IC title's the top belt. Well, the tag division's not really the best example of that, but, the tag division just isn't very good, so, I'm pretty sure, like, most of the releases that just happened recently, most of them were SmackDown guys. I think they put more effort into Raw because that's on Netflix, while SmackDown's not on Netflix, so obviously Raw's the moneymaker. All the top talent go to Raw, like Obafemi, Javon Evans, when they got called up from NXT, they went to Raw, and they sent Trick to SmackDown, which...
Like, it feels like SmackDown is back to being the B show, and at this point, the brand split, like, it's only a matter of time before it ends again.
Yeah.
Like, that's
it's pretty much already has, but, All right, so let's...
It's a nothing burger now.
Let's talk about ways TKO now themselves have ruined WWE. That's the thing. I wanted to make sure kind of like, because everyone has kind of think it's TKO ruining WWE, which a lot of it is, but I want to make sure we make known that WWE is also... not helping themselves either, but TKO for sure isn't helping them.
TKO is making it worse onto what WWE has already done.
So the Rock's schedule is a big thing that's ruined it because obviously
they're also forcing their way into WWE storyline. They're forcing their ways into storylines or matches. So things of this nature, the Rock's schedule being one of them.
Yeah,
because he had no business showing up with Bad Blood if they weren't going to utilize him long term.
Yep.
John Cena's heel turn, we've already been over that at fucking nauseum. Same thing with the retirement tour. We don't need to rehash that. Pat McAfee on the phone.
I do want to go back to the Rock thing also too. That whole
go ahead.
That whole bloodline angle when Solo took it over was originally meant to be for the Rock to come in. And
take over the bloodline. I'm sorry, you're correct.
And then also, because everyone forgets about this one, when he became the final boss, that was only because they had to turn him heel because everyone hated it when he came in and was going to take Cody's spot away from him from WrestleMania.
Yeah, and they had to kind of pivot, and they had to, they do have to pivot. They did really, really have to pivot. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's. I just want to make sure I mention those ones. So.
All right. Well,
be on
the phone.
I do want to mention one more thing about the Rock because now because of his schedule, I think we are going to get Rock versus Roman, I think, next year at Mania, but now it's not going to mean as much because if he had been available when the storyline was red hot, it would have really meant something. It's not going to mean as much when we get the match next year now.
Yeah,
probably.
it's almost like he should have prioritized his fucking family over his goddamn schedule in Hollywood. Oh wait.
Well, what also happened was his schedule in Hollywood fell apart.
39! Don't tell me he couldn't have done it at 39 or 38.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. The fucking do we need to think about? Do we really need to go over how bad the fucking Black Adam movie did?
Yeah.
You're telling me he couldn't have found a way to fucking do the match with Roman to fucking suit his ego at least a little bit?
You know what sucks more? I think the movie took I think it was that UFC movie or boxing movie or whatever that he was doing. That didn't even do well in the theaters. So you know, and he
wasn't even. That's another thing. He should have never played. He took it because he wanted money and he's grubby with the money. That's it. Because there's no reason on God's green earth why Dwayne Johnson should be playing fucking Mark Kerr.
Yeah. What came out?
No way.
What came out worse of that is, even though it was after he could have done the Roman match, he had to lose so much weight he couldn't even. He wasn't going to be able to get back into wrestling shape by the time he could have done a match or anything. So it's that ruined that.
It's almost like he should fucking prioritize the company he's fucking running, the companies that he's involved with, which is TKO and his fucking football league that he bought. Oh, gee. It's almost like he should be prioritizing the things that could make him money long term instead of trying to get the money the short term. Just a fucking thought, Dwayne.
Yeah. All right, I'll let you
take. Why I'm not too fucking kind on him either, just as much as I don't like fucking Hunter.
And now he's
just as bad as him.
Yeah, I think he's ruined his stock now because honestly, now if he comes back, no one wants to see him come back now because of how much he fucked over that Cena retirement tour. No one wants to see him come back and set something up because they don't buy it anymore when he comes back. He's just gonna fuck off again.
Yeah, because and even then, and again, it's not if you're gonna boo Triple H, and you should for how bad he booked it. You have to book the fucking Rock. You have to boo the Rock just as bad. I firmly stand by that. I think they're both just as shit because whatever they're doing, is not fucking working and not intuitive for that fucking locker room health at all.
I mean, he kind of fucked over he fucked over the Netflix premiere too because he all of a sudden came out he wasn't the final box against Cody, so everyone was confused. He didn't interfere in the tribal combat match with.
Oh yeah, that's when they started the whole "sell your soul to me" thing, right, on that Netflix premiere or some shit.
Yeah.
Whatever. Fuck that. I was over it.
But I'll let you talk about the Pat McAfee thing because I have talked about that before on other videos.
What a fucking load of shit. Like, okay, I'll be real, right? If they made somebody like more like if they did a spooky pervert thing, I would have much preferred that than this. Like, Wyatt Six is in his head or something.
Aleister Black, like I said.
Aleister Black. That could have worked. Aleister Black should have, honest to God, been the one. And what they ultimately ended up doing, which was Pat fucking McAfee. This guy never again, a guy that had a lot of potential, a lot of upside. First of all, they relegated him to only commentary, which I always thought was the stupidest fucking thing. Then, the one thing he is good at, which is wrestling and managing and being a good heat magnet, they ruined!
NXT shows he could have done it well.
I'm so bullshit at how they fucking ruined Pat McAfee. It's unbelievable. I don't think he's ever going to recover. It's such a fucking shame.
Yeah.
It is such a damn shame. Like, this guy could have been so huge, man. So massive.
Yeah, it's a real shame.
And it's just, they fucking squandered it at every opportunity, and now I don't think he's ever going to recover. The AJ Lee return.
So this one I debated with Chris about. Chris doesn't think this was a TKO hire, but I think it was. I say that because there was no hints of anything on the shows that she was ever going to come back. And since she's been back, she's barely ever on the show. She's basically a part-timer. Yeah. And you can kind of... I get the sense she doesn't really want to be there. And I feel like she's just taking the
I
TKO
think
money.
she did want to come back and wanted to be there in the beginning, and I think both she and Punk are slowly getting sick of the TKO nonsense.
Yeah.
And it shows. I'm gonna be honest, guys. I'm a Punk fan. I'm wearing his AEW t-shirt. Can you tell? All right. Punk and AJ do not hide their boo-boo faces well.
No, but I don't.
And honestly, they're kind of justified in this. I mean, think about it, right? When you book your fucking shit so badly that the ticket sales are such an issue that CM Punk has to break his good boy clause just to say something to get some fucking tickets going, and for them to finally lower the ticket prices, which it took them fucking ages to do, by the way.
Yeah.
And then you use that for him, and you make him look like a hypocrite doing so. He already looks bad enough after what happened in AEW. Now you're having him do this thing that AEW had such an issue with him doing. So now he looks like a hypocrite in the eyes of the fucking consumer. So his stock is already down with them. He's trying to fucking do right by what he's got going on right now. And then he gets to the show. You don't even provide them adequate enough fucking security with that fan. Did you see that happen, by the way?
I heard about it, yeah.
Fucking egregious.
Yeah.
Punk had every right to knock that motherfucker out clean. And you wonder why he hasn't shown up. There's been rumblings that he's not happy with the company right now. I wonder fucking why.
Yeah.
I don't care if it's Punk. I don't care. It could be Joe Schmo from fucking Kokomo and I'd be on their side. So, I mean, no shit AJ Lee's unhappy. I wonder why.
And then releasing talent, obviously, we've kind of talked about this a lot, but it seems like it's been more...
Oh, yeah, and relate back to Punk. Oh, one of his fucking longest time friends that he always had respect for, Kofi Kingston. Yeah, gone.
Yeah.
WWE
is just releasing a lot of talent, and a lot of them are like WWE lifers. There's no such thing as a WWE lifer anymore, it seems like. They just seem like they're really ruthless in the business. They're releasing people...
Ryan and Hannibal and I said it on Tism when you were on. Like, it's never... There is no such thing. Yeah. Advocate was the first one to coin that phrase. There is no such thing as a WWE lifer anymore. Yeah. I firmly agree with him.
But, they're releasing people while they're hurt, like Santos Escobar and Ridge Holland. Zoe Stark, didn't even get to come back yet, and she got released.
That infuriated me because that woman had a lot of potential to
her. They're just, they're releasing people like the New Day, and that's also avenues for TKO to get their product over because they've been, because of the up, down, down stuff. They're releasing people in NXT, and the whole reason is they need time to improve. Like, they're not going to really improve. They're releasing talent in NXT that, like, they only think are going to stay in NXT. They're not going to be they're not going to drive them money when NXT makes them money. It doesn't really make sense. We've just seen way too many releases with this TKO era, and they also just release they do it too frequently. They do it after WrestleMania,
way too frequently,
and they do it. They do it right before. I think it's always the fall they do it, and I always think they like to throw one in there just to get people talking, so they'll release someone like really big just to make the releases like mean something.
Yeah, really shocking. Yeah, which is so stop playing with people's lives like that.
Yeah,
like just be honest as to why too. Like I hate companies that aren't honest about it. Like I hate that.
Yeah,
like at least when I think Cultaholic recently released a bunch of people, but they actually gave a legitimate reason why, which I appreciated. I wish more companies were just honest about why.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because at least, it still sucks, but at least you gave a reason, and at least you actually felt remorseful and bad about it.
Right.
Like, there's, that's such a fucking fresh change of pace than what WWE did here, as an example.
And also with the releases, at least they can go to other wrestling companies, but also, I hate to say this, some of these companies can't pick them up because their roster's so bloated, so they're, fucked over, too, because AEW can't really...
Yeah, AEW can't really, except for maybe in the tag division. I literally, the talents AEW has to sign, no matter how big their roster is, and I don't care what you tell me, absolutely have to be the New Day and Motor City. You would be a fool not to pick those two teams up.
Right.
Like Austin Creed, Kofi Kingston, absolutely. Same with Shelly and Sabin.
Yeah, for sure.
The matchup potentials with just those two plus FTR and the Young Bucks.
Yeah.
I mean, you know they're going to do a fatal four-way deal with those 4 teams alone at some point.
Yeah.
For the titles. That alone is a dream match.
Yeah, for sure.
And then you have dream matches on top of that with the New Day versus Young Bucks. New Day versus Motor City in AEW, Motor City versus FTR.
Yeah, you can just get like a dream machine.
It's just a dream machine, and that's on top of Busta and the Brain being there. That's on top of Jurassic Express reuniting. I mean,
yeah,
that's a stacked fucking tag division right now. That's a fucking top heavy division right now.
Yeah.
So I would definitely pay attention if they steal those teams away from what WWE decided to release.
Obviously, we kind of talked about this a lot, but celebrity involvement, that's always been a thing in wrestling, but WWE's going way too heavily into it. They're putting in people that don't really...
Certain people are being forced in, and the ones that they did force in that could have worked, they just decided to give up on too quickly when they didn't want to work, brother.
Yeah, so... sponsors on the canvas has been really bad. I don't necessarily hate it. It was fine in the beginning, but now it's all over the canvas.
Here's my issue, because I'm torn on this one. If it's on the canvas, okay, you make your bread. If it's on the LEDs, okay, this is fucking excessive now. What? And then the endless advertisements on PLEs where you just take 30-minute fucking intermission breaks because of ads.
The one I don't like is the tables, because now when we get a table spot, it doesn't feel like...
Yeah, it's snap it into a Slim Jim because the Slim Jim table now, it's fucking...
Because, now when you get a table spot, it's to do the ad break, not even... It's
the
for the
whole
spot.
idea with the table spot, by the way, is that it's not supposed to happen. It's not supposed to happen, and now it's like, well, Slim Jim is like, oh, it's part of the show.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks for taking away the magic of a table spot, guys. If the magic wasn't dead before, Slim Jim certainly killed it.
And yeah, again, stuff on the canvas, I guess, is fine, but it's overdone on the canvas. They have way too many stuff going on the canvas.
Yeah, probably. Especially dude wipes. Oh, wait. You remember when fucking Dominic Mysterio had a dude wipe shirt?
Yeah, I remember that.
The fuck was that? I still don't... And it wasn't even... You couldn't even sell the shirt because of the dude wipe sponsorship, and everybody was like, I want to wear it for the meme.
Yeah.
They couldn't even do it! So they didn't even make a good return on investment for their talent or the fucking company that they were sponsoring.
I'm pretty sure, like, the ladder was sponsored that, like, the original El Grande Americano used.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. And then, and then the Mountain Dew pitch black match, like we talked about.
It's just been endless.
Yeah.
And endless, like, shoehorning of ads.
And then, on Raw this week, they did, like, an ad thing where, like, if Michael Cole or if one of the commentators said, "Whata," they would get, like, some type of deal, like, on, Uber Eats and all that type of stuff. It's like, oh, come on. Like, now you're forcing the commentaries to have to say shit type of thing. So, I
now never want to eat Whataburger. That did the opposite of making me want to eat Whataburger.
Yeah. Or, like, when they come back for commercial break, half of it's just them hyping up, like, another show or whatever. Like, SummerSlam, they've hyped up, like, 4 times on the show. They've hyped up 4 times on the show, but it's not happening for, like, months type of thing. It's just getting annoying. So.
Yeah, and then overpricing of the shows is, at this point, I think we have been over that. We don't really need to beat that dead horse. Less house shows.
I actually think there's a middle ground, but I definitely think we need house shows. I say that because I don't think the wrestling now is as crisp without having the house shows. I remember January this year they were like
when you don't run those training wheels and fucking make sure that you keep yourself from rusting, shit gets fucked up real quick.
I think an example of that is the Seth Rollins Braun Breaker match. That match would have been much cleaner if they had a house show before then, type of thing.
And if you're not going to have a house show, damn you, it's almost like you should not, you should treat them like they should be treated, and they should be independent contractors.
Yeah. I think this has hurt but I think less house shows. The wrestling's not as crisp. I feel like WWE's using this as an excuse to release all that talent because they're like, well, we don't want house shows anymore, so there's no need to have all this talent type of thing.
Yeah, well, the other thing is they're overpricing everything. If they just lower their ticket prices on that and a little bit, and then do cheap house shows,
right?
You get a lot more money, I think, and a lot more revenue coming in. But,
And again, I feel like the downside is like you do house shows again. Everyone likes kind of the fact that the road schedule's easier now. I think the fix of that is maybe every other week or maybe every couple of weeks you do like a house show now and then type of thing. I think that's the fix.
Yep.
Everyone's a part-timer now / not getting your money's worth for the shows. What I mean by that is not a lot of people seem to wrestle on these wrestling shows anymore.
No. Nope. They're just there. They're happy to be there.
Yeah.
I guess. I mean, they look soulless, so I don't know how happy they are, but they're there nonetheless.
I think an example of that is like when Drew McIntyre won the WWE Championship, he only wrestled like one match on, and I just mean television, not the PLEs, one match.
A fucking egregious ass shit. Like, just egregious how they handled that whole thing.
Yeah. Cody never wrestles.
Yep.
And I'm not saying they have to wrestle all the time, but I feel like, too, it's what they do with the talent when they don't wrestle. I think when CM Punk and Roman Reigns had their program, they just came out and did 3 promo segments, like, every week, like, where they just came and talked to each other. And it's like, okay. And they clearly want to protect the talent here and everything like that, but I think there's ways around it. And these wrestlers don't have to come out and have, like, 5-star matches. Like, CM Punk could come out and have, like, a 3-star match with somebody or type of thing. Cody can come out and have, like, a 3-star match and all that type of stuff. Or, like, if you're not going to have the...
They made Cody the 3-star match king when he was having 5-star ones with fucking Roman, like, not that long ago as well.
Yeah, so they could...
Like, they're doing nothing as far as, like, making the matches mean anything. They just fucking do goddamn nothing.
Jade Cargill never wrestled as women's champion much. That's even a recent one. Liv doesn't wrestle. AJ Lee.
Liv wins the title, and there's not even any follow-up to the bullshit that happened with Roxanne Perez, who got concussed legitimately off the blood feud between Liv and Stephanie Vaquer.
And then they're forcing out the hardcore fans and the families. Again, this is kind of...
Yeah, I'm going to just say it like this. So it's not for the hardcore fans anymore. It's not for the families anymore. It's for rich people.
Mm-hmm.
I hate it goes into the overpricing every fucking event thing. Unless you have money saved up, unless you know how to budget your money, this is for rich people who can afford luxuries like this. That's what it is. And it's a luxury. It's become an expensive luxury where before it was an affordable luxury. It's not even affordable anymore. You can't tell me that a WWE show in big 2026 is fucking affordable.
Yeah, definitely not.
No TKO show is. UFC isn't. The Bull Riding League isn't. The Zuffa Boxing isn't. None of their properties are fucking affordable.
I don't think I told you this, but
it's a joke. It's a fucking joke.
I think the biggest example of that is when I went to John Cena's last match in Boston, and for 4 people for just balcony seats. I don't know how much my cousin actually paid, but I had to pay. My ticket was $300 just for the balcony seat in Boston.
$300 for a balcony seat? Fuck that, bro.
Yeah, it's insane.
I can only imagine what they're upcharging for the fucking food commissions as well, too.
Yeah.
Probably making a pretty penny off of upcharging those fucking hot dogs and shit.
WWE being a huge ad, I think we went over that already.
Yeah, pretty much. We're beating a dead horse there.
I'll talk about this one. They basically killed the tape library. I know they're slowly building that back up, but WWE signing with ESPN and Netflix killed the tape library.
Yeah, because
the Peacock deal ended, and they've just taken everything off the Peacock.
They didn't. No, here's the thing. They never had to leave Peacock. They chose to leave Peacock because they wanted more money.
Yep.
And as a result, they decided to fucking forgo their agreement with Peacock, which pissed Peacock off, right? And that's another thing. They go to ESPN. Why would you go to ESPN? Why would you go to ESPN when Dana White, your business partner, was so fucking hurting after his ESPN partnership that he said he'd rather take ad money on Paramount?
Yep.
Why would you do that? What made you think that was a good idea?
I think it just sucks not to have the tape library because now if you want to watch like an old wrestling show, you have to go through all these egregious ways to find it. Like you have to go on the
Yeah.
WCW vault, you have to go on the WWE vault, you have to go on the NXT vault. Like it's not all in one place anymore. It's you have to like go through this extra stuff to just find it now.
Exactly. It's absurd.
And like there's nothing you can't find NXT UK or 205 anymore. They completely killed that type of thing. Like there's barely.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised by that.
And then not listening to criticism. There's been instances lately where Nick Khan's been brushing off the criticism. Triple H is brushing off the criticism. Ariel Emanuel is running off the criticism. And they're not fixed. And it's not fixing the shows either. They're not really doing anything to really fix the shows.
It's not fixing the shows. It's not fixing the morale of the company. It's not fixing the morale of the fans. It's not fixing the morale of the people in the locker room that are actually trying to put on the shows for our entertainment. It's just a bad look all the way around.
Yeah. Now let's talk about worst shows since the takeover. The biggest egregious one is WrestlePalooza. That was their big debut on ESPN.
ESPN, and it sucked.
Yeah.
Survivor Series 2025 sucked.
Yeah.
Night of Champions sucked. Mania 41 Night 1 absolutely sucked. Raw Stranger Things was the shit. SmackDown before Easter was not that great. I remember seeing a few clips and it was a fucking nightmare.
I'm pretty sure that's...
I'm going to be honest. Every show since the Cena retirement tour began has been pretty subpar to shit.
Yeah.
It's not been good. Like, just take Cena's once he won the title, and then ever since then...
It's been a decline.
It's been downhill every PLE and TV from there. Like Backlash was okay.
Yeah, Backlash
and even
was
that
fine.
I think and even that is like okay compared to like the couple years previous, like a couple years ago in France, the one in Puerto Rico. It just doesn't feel the same.
Yeah, for sure.
So,
yeah,
that pretty much just lumps all that in together, so I'll just check that off. Continue.
Yeah, maybe just check some of these off. You know, I think I wrote this before, and just didn't go back and get rid of it. You know, worst booking decision since the TKO takeover: the men and women's tag divisions, Julia, women's United States titles, Cena's heel turn, Cena's retirement, barely split personality gimmick that she had that they just abandoned for no reason.
Okay, this we haven't even talked about. I completely forgot they even did that. I completely forgot there was a split personality thing going on with her until you mentioned it. I forgot. That's how much they have not followed up on that.
Yeah, and they still haven't. And then Ron Killings.
And Ron Killings is a big one that I feel we have to talk about because that was egregious. Okay, so Ron Killings, you release, then WWE gets so much flack for that they have no choice but to hire him back. Then they try to push him as a top guy by making him Ron Killings of old from TNA days, only to then go right back to funny loving I have amnesia or truth.
Yep.
What?
Did make sense, yeah. So.
Why are you wasting my fucking time? Stop doing that. Like, at this point, what is the goal now?
Yeah.
Oh, well, you wanted us to rehire our truth. We'll really make you regret that decision. Just fucking push him! How much shit has this guy had to eaten? And you've done nothing with him. This guy, you know what? You know who should have been in the Cena faction if I had my fucking way? Ron fucking Killings.
Yeah, that would have been great, yeah.
He would have gone back to his heel ways. He would have joined up with Cena. He would have won an IC title. Could have won the world title for all I gave a shit. Have them run roughshod over the whole WWE ecosystem. Fucking R-Truth wins the world title. Cena has the WWE title. Have them just go on a fucking tear with the rest of their group. That is the vision, right? That would have been fucking great television. Something that's different from the fucking bloodline, but has some bloodline members, that has beloved stars that have been fucking shat on for so long, like Cena and Truth, that head the whole thing. Boom, there you go. No, we go back to Amnesia Truth. As if that hasn't been run to the fucking ground already. And what do you need R-Truth to be a comedy gimmick for anyway when you were just going to bring in fucking Danhausen?
Yeah, that didn't really make sense.
Why do you need R-Truth? What's the fucking point of R-Truth being a comedy guy? Why does he need to do a fucking Judgment Day rehash with fucking Damian Priest and make the tag team division look even more of a joke than it already is? This is egregious. This whole thing with R-Truth.
Yeah, it's bad.
They're booking it to punish you for wanting them to hire him back, so that way now we all look like hypocrites and say, "Please God, release this guy."
Can we also put...
Because you're not doing anything with him, and it's fucking stupid that you can't just do something with somebody that everybody genuinely loves and respects.
Yeah, it's really a shame. Can we also put WWE Unreal on the list? Because that's also hurt the company a lot.
Yep.
It exposed the business. It feels like some of the stuff they do is just for that. Like that whole Seth injury they did.
Let's just make this very clear. If WWE Unreal's a work, stupid. If it's not a work, also stupid. There is not a good win scenario here. This is the stupidest thing that they've ever done.
And then, it feels like some of the stuff they do is to get content for that show, like that Seth knee injury angle. I don't know why they did it, and then you saw, it was on season 2 of Unreal, so they needed something for that. The R-Truth thing, they probably fired him knowing...
yeah.
Which is
just for that. Just for Unreal.
Yeah, so...
It's the stupidest shit of all time. It makes no sense. Get rid of Unreal. Kill it with fire.
Yeah. So then since we've had so many releases, we're going to talk about people that have been released. And we talked about this over the phone. I tried to be as nice as I could with this, but it didn't really hurt WWE that much and didn't hurt the company. And some of I put they got released, but they probably needed to get out of there anyways and do something else. So for some of them, I put any NXT talent that wasn't improvement or that never made it to TV. That obviously wasn't going to hurt WWE that much.
Damian Camp or whatever his name is. Yeah,
that didn't hurt.
That I agree with.
Gable Stevens.
I feel like they gave up on him too quick, but they never should have put him in that position in the first place. So yeah. Apollo Crews, I agree with, because this is your list. I did not change it. I think this. Apollo Crews should have been used way better than he fucking was, especially when you consider that this guy was meant to be in the bloodline as a mercenary of hitman of sorts.
Yeah, for sure.
And then that didn't happen, and then they just dropped the gimmick.
I think I just put him because he's been just misused so much that he just needs to get out of that WWE system.
I agree with you. 100%. Elias, same thing.
Yeah.
I'm glad he's out of the system because they misused him. Same thing goes with Jinder Mahal and Indus Sher.
Yep.
I mean, goddamn, how long did they run those Veer Mahan ads? That was worse than the actual ads that were on WWE right now.
Yeah. Matt Riddle
Riddle was a big one they needed to let go. I mean, fuck.
Carlito, I don't really think hurt them, but he definitely shouldn't have been let go. But it didn't hurt the company at all or anything.
It didn't hurt, but I did. Well, actually, you know what? I will disagree with you on this though, because I feel like it did hurt the company because that was the start of them not completing the storylines like they should.
Oh, that's fair. Yeah, I forgot about
because of the Raquel thing. So.
Yeah. So
that kind of kick-started that whole fucking debacle. Although that's not the first time that they haven't finished the fucking storyline.
Sonya Deville didn't hurt, and the faction that she was with kind of sucked for the most part. So Ronda Rousey wasn't.
It shouldn't have been. It shouldn't have sucked though.
Yeah, it shouldn't have sucked.
They just fucking ruined it. Ronda Rousey. I mean, that goes without saying.
Yeah, she had to get out.
I don't think she wanted to be there anyway, to be honest. I think she was just there because she was getting paid, and that was it.
And she wasn't helping the company anymore when she came back that second time, so...
Nah, she had long checked out after 2019.
Tegan Knox, especially...
Much better right now as Charlie in the Indies right now. I hope she gets signed by AEW, and I hope she makes a big splash.
Well, she probably won't, right? Didn't she
She wrestled on Eve, which is Will Ospreay's women's promotion, yeah.
But didn't she wasn't she supposed to... I don't think AEW will sign her because didn't she like walk out of the company because she was supposed to do
No,
a
that
match?
was. Oh yeah, you're right. You're right. I'm sorry. I'm thinking of Dakota Kai. I'm sorry.
Yeah, this is
apologize.
Tegan
Yeah.
Knox. There's a Nixon.
Tegan Knox. Oh, Tegan Knox, stay gone.
Yeah, so that's why I put
And keep Miranda Elise with you.
Dolph Ziggler again. I think Dolph Ziggler was checked out by that point. He wanted to get out of there. He had been with the
and Andrade, it goes without saying. David Otunga explain that one.
Yeah, I put him in both lists because I don't know what exactly went down with his release because I heard if he was showing up also like no, not passing drug tests and everything like that, then yeah, he obviously should be gone type of thing.
Yeah. Yep.
So, and then I put people that got released or left WWE that didn't deserve it or didn't make sense or that hurt the company or all three.
The New Day. Yep. The New Day. Big examples. Most of the recent releases, absolutely.
Yeah. I'll say the most egregious ones: Aleister Black and Selena Vega, Motor City.
The New Day.
Well, they weren't in those releases.
The Wyatt Six, just off principle of Bray Wyatt.
Yeah.
I mean, they still fuck over my boy Wyndham, even long after he's dead.
JC Mateo and Talatonga.
Yep. Although Talatonga did it to himself.
Fail.
JC may have done it to himself as well, mainly because of how he exited New Japan, to be fair.
That's fair.
Be fair to WWE.
I'm trying to think of other ones. Tyron May Steele, because it made LFG, like, not really mean anything.
Any LFG guys that were released made no sense, because it made LFG look so fucking shit.
I'm trying to think of, like, there was other, like, those, well, you said all the Wyatt Six. Well, he's on a recent... He's done a recent release.
Yeah, he's not recent. Okay. There was the Wyatt Six. There was...
I want to put... He's an LFG guy, but Trell London, because he was really starting to improve and looking good.
Okay.
And then they released him for no reason. I think that's all the main releases that, like... I think all the main releases...
That were there, yeah. That were the recent, yeah. Braun Strowman.
Yeah.
I mean, come on.
Especially, too, because he had that, like... show coming on USA Network that like
that was a bad idea. The Good Brothers, I mean, you never should have done that without AJ. Although he was going to retire anyway, so I guess it didn't matter, and they still inducted him into the Hall of Fame or whatever.
Yeah, they've been back now a few times, but they didn't get Mustafa Ali, maybe because of the circumstances around it, because he got released like I don't know if you remember, like right before his title match, and he was about to do a new gimmick, so that didn't really make sense.
Yeah, I remember. It's the current gimmick he's doing now, the Mustafa We Trust gimmick.
Yeah, they could have like
Ziggler. We've been over that.
Donovan,
Chris Dijak, absolutely.
I mean, he didn't get Edge. That hurt the company.
Ricochet.
I couldn't spell his name.
Absolutely showed that it hurt the company. Samantha Irvin, it definitely hurt the company. I don't care what y'all tell me.
Yeah.
Samantha Irvin should have been used way better than she was, and if she wanted to do more than just announcing, fucking let her. R-Truth, I mean, goes without saying, we've been
Wesley
over that already. Yep.
Especially too because that fed
Xavier now in AEW.
Yeah. Especially too because that fed they could have gotten the Rascals.
Oh yeah, and by the way, God man, WWE's gonna look like really stupid because now the Rascals, Motor City, Jurassic,
they could have gotten
Busted in the Brain, New Day, Motor City, FTR, Young Bucks. I mean, dude, they really just gave AEW like the biggest fucking W's here. Like, I don't know what they were thinking there.
Do you think someone at TKO is like secretly working for AEW? Probably. Like that wouldn't shock me because like they really.
Yeah. Well, I mean, listen. I know there are talent agents that will get the most money for their buck if they're actually smart. Unlike some people. The Tism knows who I'm talking about.
I actually don't. So,
but yeah,
Shayna Baszler didn't deserve to get released. Baron Corbin, definitely not.
Absolutely didn't. Baron Corbin.
I think Baron Corbin's was the worst because like he went to NXT and chose to go to NXT to improve, and then when he came back up, nothing changed for him. So that sent a bad message. Like,
by the way, not only that, but like Corbin showed he actually not only did he improve. But he took so much shit even before he didn't improve.
Yeah, for sure.
That was a big one. Indy Hartwell, that goes without saying. Hopefully she comes up with AEW with the rest of, and maybe hopefully, I hope to God Candice and Johnny just let their contracts lapse so that way
Yeah.
the three of them can join up with Ciampa and AEW. To be honest,
Von
because then they
Wagner.
can get the tag titles to back. Oh my God! And could you imagine a DIY? Because
Yeah,
you know Gargano's on his way out the door.
definitely. I'm surprised he wasn't just in the.
Von Wagner, just off the basis that it was their pet project and they released him and just gave up on. Yeah, absolutely made no sense.
Especially because they gave a, they told this great story about him and everything like
Yep.
that. Chase
Yeah,
U.
all of Chase U gone except
Yeah.
for Thea Hale. Makes no sense to me.
Karrion Kross and
Uh,
Scarlett.
We've been over that.
AOP and Paul
Authors
Ellering.
of Pain and Paul Ellering. Yep, absolutely. Blair Davenport. Absolutely.
Kaylee Ray.
Just all these releases, man. I'm looking at just make no fucking sense.
A lot of these, by the
Carmella,
way, a lot of these are from 2025 since the takeover too. That shows you how ruthless of a company TKO is.
TKO is, yeah. Dakota Kai, aka Charlie, now in the Indies.
Yeah, Carmella. By the way, I do want to.
GG. Go ahead. Yeah, Carmella was pregnant, right?
Yeah, and they released her while she was pregnant, which was really shitty.
With fucking Corey Graves. No wonder. And then he gets mad, and then they fucking relegate him to pre-shows and fucking AAA.
Yeah, I mean he's on Raw now, but still. Gigi Dolan.
Whatever.
Gigi Dolan.
Gigi Dolan, Priscilla Kelly, she's doing better in the indies for it, but still shouldn't have happened.
Gallus. Especially because they helped train The Rock for his comeback at WrestleMania 40. That definitely shouldn't have happened. Wally Osborne. Some of the ID talent, you know.
Yeah, we already covered that.
Andrade. Do you know who this is? Gentala. She's Lee Lowell. This is someone they gave up. She's in that LFG camp. And
I don't know her, but that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
I tend to agree with that. Stevie Turner, I assume, is the same way.
Yeah. Rich Holland, you know.
Yeah, we've been over that, and all right, let's talk about this. This is a big one before we completely get out of this section. Mick fucking Foley.
He didn't.
Man.
He left, but he left. Didn't get released, but still, like this is a big one.
Yeah, that was a big one. They should have done everything they could to keep that dude happy. But I mean, hey, now he's working for AEW and is about to do a fucking thing with AEW. So nice one, good job there, guys.
This goes back to the politics. Then WWE is way too much into the politics, and it cost them one of the Mick Foley and everything like that, which is insane.
That's probably exactly the reason why. If they didn't lean so heavily into MAGA shit. Yeah. Like and the thing is, it's like he's not such a person who's like so into fucking politics to where like he can't get along with anybody he doesn't agree with on politics with, because he's shown he can do that with The Undertaker. He's shown he can do that with Calloway. So that's obviously not the issue. It's the company going as heavy as they're going into supporting, you know, the Orange Man, for lack of a better term, that really fucked him off. And I'm gonna be honest, left or right, nobody should be goddamn supporting anybody in politics right now after the fucking files came out.
Oh, for sure. I think it's just
nobody. I don't know why anybody is not waking up to that. On top of, by the way, like what are we doing? Like, why are we bringing politics into wrestling when politics literally has fucked us over as a fucking country for years now, especially the young folk like you and me? Why the fuck are we giving them a goddamn shot? Why are we putting this all over a television product which we literally tune into just to escape that shit?
Yeah.
Why are you forcing it on shit I'm trying to escape that shit from?
It doesn't make sense.
I don't see AEW doing that type of shit. I don't see fucking the independents doing that type of shit. You know who is doing that shit? WWE and TKO.
Yep, it's hurting them really badly.
Good job, guys.
So,
fucking idiots.
We never went through it, though, because we want ways to fix WWE, but I know you wanted a section in there to go over the two recent people that WWE brought back that shouldn't be back. I figure I'll give you the floor on that one, because...
So we're going to start with that. All right, good to know. Let me go to that because I want to make sure I remember what I wrote.
Yeah, and then we'll go for the ways to fix because we never talked about that. So I want to make
Yes. There are two people that have been brought back that I think if you wait, where is that section? Can you tell me? Because I actually don't remember.
You might have written it in a private message to me on Facebook.
Okay. Yeah, but I thought I put it on the list too. I swear I did.
Unless it's ways to fix, but maybe it didn't save or something.
It must have not saved. Okay. Well, essentially, this is ways to fix WWE, absolutely, especially from a PR standpoint and just from a morale in the locker room.
Oh, we'll put it. Yeah, we'll put it. We could talk about it later, or
This is ways to fix. So I'll just start it off with this. This is what it is. Get rid of Logan Paul and Brock Lesnar. Full turkey, full stop. No pay. Make them go. Okay. It's as simple as this, and I'm going to make it fucking so clear for everybody that you cannot have any choice but to hear my words here. Logan Paul has scammed thousands of people with not one, but two different crypto scams on top of a Pokemon Ponzi scheme scam. He is allowed to still be in the company in spite of him going through lawsuits for all of those. All of them. He is currently under investigation for his Prime Energy variant of the Prime flavor stuff that is currently like not doing well because it has so much caffeine in it that it's not it's literally being questioned on if it should even be legal in the U.S. and worldwide.
and WWE still sponsors it too. It's still on
And WWE still sponsors it to this day. It doesn't. Hydration's not the issue. Everybody thinks it's hydration that's the issue. Hydration's fine. It doesn't have that fucking much of a problem. It's the energy drink that's the issue. So there's a reason you don't see Prime in my backdrop anymore. If you know, I used to have it, and
I actually didn't.
I fucking got rid of it all. So that sucked. And that's on top of all the fucking nonsense that he's done with CoffeeZilla trying to countersue him for exposing the crypto scams and the Prime Energy stuff. That's him trying to copyright claim other content creators talking about this stuff. That's after him, saying that a female person shouldn't have gone to the Olympics and just being sexist about something. I forget the full context of it. It's a whole thing. It's just one PR disaster after a fucking another. Yet they still keep this guy employed because they think, well, because of how good he is in the ring, we can't not use him. I got news for you. No company should have this guy hired. Not Prime. Not Misfits Boxing. Not WWE. Nobody should have this guy under their fucking umbrella. Nobody should work with him. Everybody should keep away from him from a 10-foot pole. He has long exuded 9 lives, never mind 3 chances. This guy, need I remind you, filmed a dead body
He did.
on a vlog because he wanted content for his YouTube channel.
Yeah, he did.
You hired him knowing that, and knowing, by the way, one of the people that owns the company or owns a piece of said company hates his guts in The Rock. Like, that wasn't going to be a conflict of fucking interest at all.
Yep.
Just get rid of him. He has nothing but a goddamn liability at this point. He could be the fucking next goddamn coming of Ric Flair, and I could not give a shit. Get rid of him. He is not to be trusted. He is not to be employed. He is not to be associated with, period.
Yeah.
The other person on that list is Brock fucking Lesnar, and that goes without saying, and we all know why. 44 fucking times named in a sexual assault case. And you After giving people false hope that he retired at Mania this year, bring him back and piss anybody off, especially your female audience, way the fuck off. I'm going to read you. Do you remember Moonlight Mirage?
Yeah, I remember her, I think.
I'm going to read you a message. This is what she just sent me straight up. And I don't think she's going to have a problem with me reading this, so I'm going to read this verbatim. Yo, James, I have 3 words to say right now. What the fuck? This woman never swears, by the way. I said, oh, what happened? I decided that, hey, since Brock's gone / retired / whatever, maybe I could get into WWE again. I actually did like the street fight and the tornado tag team matches too. Oba comes out to the ring for his open challenge. Lights goes dark except for like a few that make silhouettes of people inside the ring. There's a sound guy choking and slamming Oba to the ring mat, and it's Brock. I gave WWE the benefit of the doubt, and it's already squandered on day 1. I'm not giving them any more chances, and that's a shame because there still are parts that I enjoy. The roster specifically. Side note, but I also really hate fake retirements. Aren't those people supposed to be scared? Like hanging the boots up or something. Hated when AJ did it too. That's fair. But point is, basically what she just said is, I'm not tuning into this fucking company anymore because they already fucked me over.
Mm-hmm.
This is a woman. I think the answer is obvious why she would be fucking done. And this company doesn't care. You wonder why the fucking locker room is in a state of disarray. You wonder why the company does not like the direction. It's because you employ people like fucking Logan Paul and Brock Lesnar and push them over everybody else. I don't ever need to see Brock Lesnar wrestle ever again. After he squashed over the first time, I'm good. I don't care to see him ever again. Just release him. I don't think he deserves a goddamn match at SummerSlam this year, full tilt. I don't. I don't think he deserves a fucking proper retirement because of he assaulted a human being that has nothing to do with this profession, and you allow them to stay there. And on the other side, you allow people who scam innocent people. I don't care how dumb you think some of those people are or not for falling for his scams. They still were scammed out of their money by that motherfucker. You choose to keep him around. That would be a good 1-2 right there. 1-2 blow if you were to just get rid of those two. Man, that would really improve the morale for the audience and the locker room. Just a fucking thought.
Yeah, instead of like getting rid of people like R-Truth or the New Day.
The nicest people in the industry, maybe get rid of the fucking assholes.
Yeah.
You know, like you did with Matt Riddle.
And it's what message does that send to the locker room though? You can do like these bad things and then like
Yeah,
still be
it
there.
sets a fucking horrible precedent. Yeah. It sets a shitty ass precedent.
So
You have Brock Lesnar and fucking Logan Paul allowed to be in the WWE despite the shit that they have been confirmed to fucking do. For all things considered, right?
yeah.
But then you have Punk sign a good boy clause if he doesn't behave himself? Gee, I'd be feeling some type of way too.
Yeah.
You fire his fucking friend in Kofi Kingston and Xavier Woods on top of that, two of the nicest human beings on the fucking planet? You fire some of the greatest people that he has gotten along with since he's been back. Yeah, and you wonder why the locker room morale's done.
Yeah.
Fucking Logan Paul and Brock Lesnar can have jobs for fucking life. Logan Paul and Brock Lesnar can have fucking jobs for life and shit. But like, you know, God forbid everybody else can't. It's fucking stupid.
Yeah, it's
bro.
madness. I think when you're scamming people out of money, or if you're named in a sexual lawsuit, that should be like you're not. And I think just the world wants to end cancel culture because, like, obviously they want to say like, hey, maybe there's a road back, but I feel like this one's kind of a tough to.
But this isn't okay. I get it if it's like something that doesn't affect me. Like Adam Blompied is a prime example of that. He proved his innocence, whatever. Cool. Right? He's not totally innocent, but he's not a fucking monster like they claimed him to be.
Yeah.
Right? So he proved himself enough where, okay, yeah, he deserves to have his fucking time in the sun again. That I get. That part of cancel culture I absolutely understand. But this is like tangible fucking evidence on both counts.
For sure, yeah.
There's no debate. There's no debate here. What is there to fucking debate? There's fucking documented evidence of both of those things happening. It's all over the internet.
That's a quick Google search.
Everybody knows what happened. This isn't like some new goddamn thing. Like, it's so different. It's like night and day different compared to all the other things in cancel culture. We can't go the other extreme when there's such a fucking extreme thing that's horrible happening here.
Yeah, for sure. It's just...
Every situation's different. The only time you deserve to be canceled is if you're a pedophile, a rapist, or a scammer. Guess who? Guess who 2 people fit 2 out of those 3 cases?
Brock Lesnar and Logan Paul.
Brock Lesnar and Logan Paul. Why the fuck are they still there? But you released goddamn Kofi and Xavier. The fuck?
Yeah, it's wild. But yeah, now that we've kind of talked about that, let's talk about on-screen fixes that we can do to fix WWE.
Yes.
I'm going to start with my list, and then you can read your list. Obviously, the biggest thing is TKO just getting out of WWE's way. Don't book the shows. Don't force storylines in that don't make any sense.
Yep.
You know,
TKO needs to stay away.
I feel like they've
From
done it.
Everything, quite honestly. Just focus on the money aspect of this, please. Money. Let the wrestling people do the wrestling, even though they kind of fuck it up themselves sometimes because of the people in charge. Let the MMA people do the MMA thing. Let the bull riding league do the bull riding thing. Just stay out of the way of everything that you own, please.
Yeah. Obviously getting rid of the bad writers and promote new writers. And obviously keeping the ones that are doing fine. Obviously I went down
Triple H stay or go back to NXT. I tend to agree with that.
Yeah. Triple H is tough because, like, as we saw with WrestleMania 42 Night 2, when he's on, he's on.
He has his moments, and then he just, it goes to shit.
Yeah. Maybe he just needs a better team around him.
Jeremy Borash going to the main roster. I think he's proven his time in
NXT, AAA, LFG even now. The cinematic stuff he definitely deserves. Shawn Michael go to the main roster, or at least do some consulting for the main roster with his time in NXT. I think
Undertaker, same thing, because he's done a great job with AAA. Paul Heyman, he's more than proven his worth when it comes to knowing and recognizing talent.
And he's still got the thing.
Yeah, Adam Blompied or someone to make some of the stuff realistic, I think, is a big one.
Yeah, just like a continuity writer type of thing. You know, they come in.
Yeah, because that's what AEW had. They hired Will Washington, and he's been a fucking godsend to that company.
Yep. So
I think that getting a continuity writer would be doing them a great deal of service here.
And then I get a mix of TV writers and wrestling bookers to fine tune the shows. That way too, like they would know a mix of what they want. Maybe not too many and maybe not too little, because obviously
don't have too many cooks in the kitchen, but enough to where you have a fine tuned product. Yeah.
Yeah. And then put in people to fine tune the PC and make that good. Some people
I love the names that you picked here for this.
Yeah. So Bret Hart can obviously like bring the realistic storytelling and in-ring aspect to it.
Natalia, same thing.
Mickey James.
The Hart Family Dungeon, Mickey James, yep.
Timothy Thatcher, because he's there now, he can really
He's doing really good with the LFG guys and the WWE ID prospects.
Yeah. Shawn Michaels on occasion. I think AJ would be perfect for this because he does a lot of big spots, but he kind of knows when to time those well and everything like that.
Yeah.
Shayna Baszler,
And
same thing.
they never should have released her, so I think they should just hire her back full tilt and have
Yeah.
her do stuff like that. Yeah.
And then I put this,
Yeah.
have a long-term vision and backup plans because it seems like have that long-term vision, but if TKO isn't going to get out of WWE's way, have a backup plan for whatever TKO has in mind. Or if an injury happens, have a backup plan for the injury happen.
Yeah.
And then better at pivoting and then striking when the iron's hot.
Exactly. Yep.
Yep.
What Tony Khan is currently doing.
Have a set time for how long every wrestling show is going to be. I think an example of this is like SmackDown's had to change their time like twice. Yep. It's been 3 hours, then 2, then 3, so WWE can't manage that. Raw, like it seems like sometimes it's only 2 hours, sometimes it's only 2.5. One on occasion it's 3.
Yep.
Have a defined brand split.
Please.
That way you
actually take it seriously.
Make both Raw and SmackDown feel different. An example of this.
Just go back to the fucking Ruthless Aggression era stage and give it a new fucking code, for fuck's sake.
And also, like, back to the like SmackDown was the wrestling show, and Raw was like more the storyline driven type of show.
Yeah.
So
just make everything feel unique, for fuck's sake.
Yeah. This one have a mix of great wrestling and great stories. This can be on all sorts of levels, just having both. Maybe one time a wrestling show is just nothing but great wrestling, and then another one's nothing but great stories. Just have a variety of what the shows are going to be about.
Tony Khan, I know I'm comparing them to AEW a lot here, but Tony Khan has done that a great deal with AEW Dynamite, is the storyline-driven show, and AEW Collision is the wrestling-heavy show.
Yeah, so there you go.
They both started increasing in viewership lately. Another good example of this is when New Japan had the expansion to America, and they had New Japan like Road 2s for the Japan.
That's right, yeah.
Talent, and then they had New Japan Pro Wrestling of America. You could also make an argument that, technically speaking, CMLL, Ring of Honor, and Maple Leaf Pro, they all feel a bit different.
Yeah.
And they're all kind of working together in cohesion. So kind of take something from that. Stuff like that. Like there's multiple ways to do the wrestle, right? You don't have to just stick with one way and one way only.
Right. And definitely don't make the show feel the same all the time type of thing too. Like don't always start with a promo. Sometimes start with a match. Sometimes start with a backstage segment type of thing.
Yeah, start with a brawl. Start with a person really angry, not even wasting time, just ready to cut a promo.
Don't even do the intro and nothing too type of thing.
Yeah. Do an intro. Oh my god, I miss an intro.
Yeah, there's no intros anymore.
Really
so
it pisses me off. That's another one.
That's why NXT works. It doesn't start the same every time. It'll end the same. So.
Yep.
Having the big stars wrestle more, and if not, find different ways to utilize them. Cody Rhodes, I think he could wrestle like 2 to 3 times a month on SmackDown or Raw. Same thing with Punk. Same thing with. But if you're not gonna have Cody wrestle all the time, other than having him do a promo, maybe do a cinematic thing. Maybe I just have a backstage segment, have a brawl.
100%. Yep.
So
there you go.
And then there's a big problem for WWE. So if there's no brand split, get rid of some titles because there's a lot of championships. Have one men's world title, one women's world title, one women's mid-card belt, one men's tag titles. For the NXT side of things, get rid of the speed belts because they don't really do anything for anybody.
God, speed can die a death.
Yeah. But if you're gonna have a brand split, obviously, that's the easy fix. Each brand has a belt. Bring back the war if you don't defend your championship. World titles are 60 days. If you don't defend it, you lose the title. Mid-card are 30 days. I think
that's fair. I think that's really, really fair. I think we came up with that over the phone, right?
Yeah. I think example of that, because Jade Cargill never defended her belt much when she had it. Drew McIntyre didn't. So,
Yeah.
you know,
Agreed.
put back house shows every other week or every other month, whatever. Fix the format of the PLEs. Do 7 matches. No more countdown shows. 2 hours. Cut that down.
Yes, please.
Cut that down to an hour.
Significantly in half.
I wouldn't even do the panel every PLE. I would just do it for the big 4. Put in some life back to the... So that's what I want to kind of go into detail about, because I didn't really get to go into detail about this in my appearance.
Go for it.
That's what I said. I think none of the shows are really, like, bad. It just doesn't feel like they have a lot of life to them. Like, there's a lot of times I feel like I could... I'm on my phone half the time doing the shows. I don't really feel like there's a lot... Maybe because morale's down, too. But, like, I don't really feel like there's a lot of life to these wrestling shows. It doesn't really feel like... the wrestlers have any life to them. Just they need to bring some life back to these shows. So
this also needs to be added to your thing on top of the whole bring some life back to the wrestling shows. I beg, stop using video generative AI.
Yeah, for sure.
Please, God, that's terrible.
Yeah, and then obviously last ad and sponsors. Obviously, this one's gonna hurt the WWE money wise, but obviously, if you do the house shows and you have the top stars maybe wrestle more, that can easily fix it.
And maybe lower the prices significantly so that way more people can actually afford and there would be more of a demand.
Yeah.
I think you can bounce back on that just a bit.
Any on-screen fixes you think need to happen or anything like that?
No, I think you covered it all.
Will these fixes happen? Probably not, so I went a little unrealistic, but other than that,
Well, all of this is unrealistic because they don't care about what we think, so who we can.
So then behind-the-scene fixes, fixing the contract system. Either TKO completely stays away or keep people in the contracts they have or go back to per-appearance contracts, so that way we don't have a New Day situation where they're trying to change their contracts and all that type of stuff. Lowering the ticket prices, changing the NXT system, having a management team with a mixture of TKO execs and wrestling personalities. Because obviously right now it seems like it's just all business executives.
I feel like that's what it is right now, and it's done nothing but hurt the goddamn company, if I'm being honest with you.
Maybe, I don't know.
That's what I feel like it is. Like, I feel like... I feel like TKO just needs to go away completely. I think that's what it is. I'm not saying they don't exist, but they should not be changing every goddamn fundamental thing about how they run.
Yeah.
That I think needs to go away.
For sure.
So.
Get away from politics. We kind of talked about that one already, but... and then obviously define each streaming service. This one, I kind of wrote... if I had to make a guess, I would have ESPN. That's where you get all your current and past PLEs. Netflix, all of the current Raws and past weekly shows. Tubi has the current Evolve episodes and all of the C shows tape library. Peacock, Saturday Night's Main Event and all the past shows of that. And then the WWE Vault is like past segments and maybe just like a 30-day trial. Like put a PLE out there for 30 days. Like a past one, obviously. And then like say like, hey, if you want to watch this, you can go to this one. Obviously, it would still not fix the issue of you have to get all these streaming service to follow the product, but maybe like, I don't know how I really can't book out of that one because this one I went realistic one because I feel like WWE is not gonna. They're already into these systems too. You can't really just pull out of that system or anything like that.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
So
no, that's fair.
Maybe ESPN themselves says hey, you get like a 3-month free deal, or maybe I don't know, make the stuff annual. You only have to pay once a year, like some streaming services do, type of thing.
That's also valid, yeah. Because I know certain things. I know certain people do that. So
yeah. So any other behind the scene fixes you think need to happen with WWE?
I think you covered it all. Other than obviously get rid of Oba and Logan, like I said before.
Oh, you mean Brock, not Oba. Oba's a good
Brock and Oba, but that kind of bleeds into on-screen and
No, Brock and Logan. We keep saying.
Brock and Logan. Sorry,
Do we want Logan?
we love Oba. We love Oba. Oba hasn't done stupid shit. No, I'm tired. We've been going for hours, I think.
Yeah.
So yeah, like get rid of Logan and Brock because goddamn, like that would fix a lot of on screen and that would help the fucking morale of the company, I think. So
Yeah. I mean, some of the fixes I put, like, obviously, like, I feel like I put NXT for that because I moved a lot of the key people from NXT and AAA up to the main roster. So obviously NXT and the AAA would get affected, but I think the main fix is the main roster has to be fixed for everything else to be fixed. So,
yep, I tend to agree with that. I mean, I think they have too many cooks in the fucking kitchen too, and I think you just need to, do the right thing. But yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot that needs to be fixed before this gets any better. And I feel like if you get rid of the old Vince guard, whoever is left of that, you get rid of the problematic people. Like I'm gonna be honest, like Lee Fitting, because he's just as bad as Brock and Oba, just a little less than.
Probably, yeah.
Even though that may take a hit in production, just get rid of the problematic people. Show that you're trying to turn a corner to make better, and then that would change. I don't think they're going to change.
What? I can't hear you. Oh,
sorry, I got interrupted. Continue.
No, but yeah, I definitely think they need to fix a lot of these changes.
Yeah,
and it's not, and I feel like TKO's done so much damage. These fixes won't be fixed overnight, and some of them they can't undo, like the release of the New Day or the release of Braun Strowman.
Nope.
And obviously, like the streaming service is one they can't fix because
No, that's a given. I mean, it just kind of is what it is. There.
Yeah. So
there you go.
But I'll make an announcement though. I've been kind of waiting to get this video done, but I think I'm gonna bring back the fantasy booking series, and I'm gonna write what WWE could have looked like, at least fantasy booking wise, if TKO like didn't step in and all that type of stuff, and they let Triple H stay the course, and they just made logical booking decisions and everything like that type of thing.
Sure. Sure.
I have a few stories written out. I'll probably send you a couple. I originally started from the Netflix Raw, but I'm gonna start from Bad Blood, where everything really started to fall apart, like the night after and everything like that, and then obviously continue it from there. How I did it was it will be PLE codes, and then I'll kind of explain how we got to these matches and everything like that.
Right.
But yeah, so anything else you want to say before we end this off? I feel like there's really no need for an open forum. This whole thing ended up being an open forum.
Yeah, pretty much just ended up being an open forum. Yeah. No, I've said all I needed to say. Like a lot of people think, and some people think like, oh, I hate WWE. I don't hate WWE. I used to be a WWE fan. I think people know that, right? And I like certain things about the product sometimes. When they have a good show, I will tell it like it is, and I will say if they have a good show. I still maintain that to this day. I hate the business in which they operate under. I hate how they just have no heart, no soul. They hire the wrong people. They hire problematic people. I don't like any of that. It's frustrating as shit as a fan of this company when they do something good. And then they immediately do it. They immediately undo it with a questionable booking decision. The Mania and the releases back to back, with Night 2 being as good as it was, and then immediately it gets undone and overshadowed by the releases. And it's stuff like that that just makes me hate this company. It makes it so impossible to be a fan of it. And this is why people have tuned the fuck out of the company. In real time. And it's still happening to this day. By the way, it's made the whole industry look like shit because now everybody thinks the industry is full of these types of people, despite people like a Tony Khan or a Deadlock Pro, which just went out of business. Scott D'Amore, Maple Leaf, um, all trying to prove otherwise. It's really fucking difficult right now in this industry. And a lot of that buck falls on the industry leader.
Yeah,
Fix it.
I feel the same way. When I went to WrestleMania 42, it was really great experience. I love the fact that I went to that WrestleMania. I was feeling pretty positively about the company. I thought they were going to fix all of the stuff. And honestly, this what I was flying back on the way home from Vegas, and then I came back and then found out about all the releases. And then then Kofi Xavier left. I think the Raw side of things, the shows have improved. Mainly because Roman's been there full time now, so it seems like everything runs pretty well when the Tribal Chief's around a lot more. Because he's like, if I'm gonna be around, I want to make sure I'm around good things. And then yeah, I think it's just hurt. I think it's also hurt the company TNA. And what's really frustrated, and I've been thinking about this a lot. It seems like anytime WWE and AEW are like the hottest periods, one suffers. No, none of them can be hot at the same time. When AEW was on the rise,
it's like the industry can't get out of its own way.
Yeah,
I don't understand it. I wish both companies could just do good.
yeah, nothing could like get in the way. Like when AEW was on the rise, WWE was suffering. Right when WWE got hot on, at that time frame, AEW wasn't doing too good. And then,
and I'm tired of the nonsense. Like, why can't both companies just do good, man?
yeah, and
That's what I ultimately would love, and I feel like it's just,
yeah.
I don't know why it's just impossible for that to happen. It's really fucking annoying.
I'm also sick of the fan bases, on both ends, WWE and AEW. The
ones that are just really problematic and can see nothing wrong on either side and can't just have a normal discussion.
Yeah. Well, I say
we can't just agree to disagree and then everybody has to get butthurt over it. And some people take that shit way too far.
I'd say the opposite.
On the WWE side.
I would say the opposite sometimes. It seems like when also AEW does something really egregious, the WWE fanboys love to laugh at it, and the same thing the other way around.
Punch down, basically, yeah.
So
it's really, really stupid. Overall, it's not healthy for the industry to grow. I would hope people can understand that enough is enough.
Yeah, so
the fan bases are the biggest problem because honestly, I'll tell you that right now. And I think you've seen it now because I remember I had this conversation with you and maybe you thought at the time I think a lot of people thought I was just like, it was one situation, but that thing with Kelsey that happened.
Yeah.
That happens a lot more than you fucking think. I've met fans that were bullied for being elite fans. Since now, because we defended the Punk fan for being bullied off the internet. Then I met somebody who was bullied for being an elite fan.
Yeah.
And it's like, fuck. This is, and they were a female too. It's not fucking okay.
Yeah, it's
enough is enough. That has more damage to the industry growth than 100 other booking decisions could ever dream of doing.
Right. Yeah, it sucks, especially too because when one company does well, the WWE fanboys will love it, and then they'll laugh at AEW for not doing good, and then same thing, the AEW fan base when the AEW is doing well, they'll laugh at WWE.
I think the AEW fan base, I mean the really good AEW fans, which I think I'm a part of a really good crew. They want both to do well, but they aren't gonna just pretend like both are doing well when WWE is doing all the things that make them not do well.
Yeah.
Right, and they just point that out. That's why I appreciate being a part of the collective and whatnot because they keep it straight up.
Yeah,
there's no bullshit around with them. So yeah.
Yeah. Well, some occasions like, Ricochet, like when the second he signed with AEW, all the WWE fans turned on him, and then vice versa for
Yeah,
like
and people wonder why he went off the fucking deep end like they did. I wonder why. Maybe you kept bullying him on fucking social media. That
yeah,
didn't necessarily
or the
help
vice
matters.
versa.
I think he should stay off social
Yeah, for sure.
personally, just to not deal with it. But
Or vice versa. Like when WWE signed Stephanie Vaquero, she got blacklisted by like the AEW fan base for picking that choice and everything like that type
yeah,
of thing.
yeah, exactly.
Or another example is like everyone loved AAA when they were like partnering up with AEW, but the second they partnered up with WWE, they like hated them and they didn't before. So it's like, or vice versa when AEW, now that they've partnered with New Japan, like some of the WWE fans hate New Japan now for some reason type of thing. So it's not a perfect world type of thing. So it's like,
Yeah, it's so fucking weird.
yeah.
It's so weird. It's so odd. But
So
listen, we've been at it for hours. I gotta go.
me
I gotta
too.
render a couple of
I
videos.
gotta run into
I'm
this.
sure
Yeah.
you're gonna eat dinner. I also gotta fucking cook dinner while I render. So
Yeah, let's end this off and do some plugs and promotions. We'll let you start if you have anything going
you
on.
you guys can find me potentially back on my YouTube channel within the next couple of weeks. Plan on doing some videos for Character Select, my streaming show or my gaming show rather. We're gonna be doing a showcasing. I'm actually a game modder now. I don't know how I kind of lucked into that one, but I am. I'm modding characters into a custom build of Smash REX, which you should definitely check out if you're a fan of the Smash Brothers series. You could look that up on Game Banana. Go check out Super Smash Rex. And also check out Cobalt. Check out Smash Cobalt because I'm really into what they're doing over there as well with their mod as well. So you might see a couple videos on that when it comes to the channel. I do a podcast every Monday with the Wrestle Collective, specifically with my buddies, The Fish and Disconnection, Ryan and Hannibal, called Wrestling with Tism. Owen was on it recently. You should go give that a watch. Very good episode. We had a really good episode this time with just Hannibal and Ryan. It will be the same way this week again, as I will not be on because of a Memorial Day obligation. However, I will be there the following week after Memorial Day. So you'll see me the week following this Monday for Memorial Day. But otherwise, go check out Hannibal and Ryan at Wrestling with Tism, and go check out the recent episode of Wrestle Collective Weekly and Queens Road at WC Worldwide.
It's kind of nice. It's kind of nice to have a co-host who like has. Usually, I'm the only one that has things going on to promote, so it's nice to have a co-host that has things going on.
Yeah, that actually has things going on. Yeah.
Um.
I tend to still have things going on even when I don't.
Yeah.
Even when I cut some things off.
As for me, if the plugs for promotions for me, obviously check out this channel. I've talked about this before. Obviously the channel's restructuring. I'm gonna try to do a lot more stuff on my own. It hasn't worked that way recently because I've been doing other videos on the other channel, which I'll talk about in a second, and then we had to do this today. But tomorrow, at some point, I'm going to do the predictions for Saturday night's main event and the AAA card coming up tomorrow. And then next week, I'm going to try to do something cool and try to review all the WWE shows that come out next week. I'll try to do like an Aftershock related to Raw, one related to NXT, one related to the C shows, and one related to SmackDown. At some point next month, James and I actually will do the WCW Bash at the Beach Retro. Finally get that done.
It is a show of all time.
And once a month, James and I will do a retro together. John, Tuddy, and I plan on trying to do SummerSlam 2017 as a retro because we were talking about that show recently, and our memory of that show was very different because it's not as good of a show as I thought anyways. It's just about the finish, so I want to kind of go back and look at that show and see how that is. James and I want to do some tier lists. The biggest plan we have is to do every WWE like show intro Raw, SmackDown, and NXT, all the theme songs that they've done for that, because I think that could be a fun one James could do. It's been one I wanted to do for a while. And then you see retro. Maybe that fantasy booking. Maybe I'll do the first episode at some point. And then on the Talkinator, we got some stuff going on there. My cousin AJ and I have reached a couple of milestones recently. We finished season 1 of Dragon Ball, reviewing that, which was fun.
Ooh.
And then
Cool
we just did the last of the 3 trilogy. Well, really trilogy, but whatever you call like a quadrilogy or whatever. Of the Star Wars original trilogy. We just they actually should be up now, because I was uploading that.
Sweet.
You know,
Sure.
well, actually, no, it won't be up now. It's scheduled to go up May 15th, because it's like the anniversary of when that movie actually came out. So it's going up May 15th. So that would be on Memorial Day. So, and we're gonna finally really buckle down and finish season 1s of Avatar: The Last Airbender, Ben 10, and Danny Phantom. We're gonna finish off the original Evil Dead trilogy at some point and do Evil Dead 2 review and Army of Darkness. I'm trying to think of all of the non-wrestling things that we have planned. We still have to do the next Rick and Morty review. We're still in season 1. We just keep saying we're gonna do it, but we have so much other stuff we're doing that it gets lost by the wayside.
Right.
And then at some point, when we get to like the halfway point, which would be like June and July, whatever people consider the halfway point of the year, we're gonna do like another channel update video where we look back at what we've accomplished so far, and then talk about what we're gonna do for the rest of the year. Which we're actually pretty proud of what we accomplished so far this year. So
Yeah, no shit.
you know, and then yeah, that's basically it for me. You know, I can't really think of anything. So. I probably forgot something, so, but yeah, that's pretty much it, guys. Thank you guys for watching this video, and we will talk to you guys later.
Bye!